Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Robbery Cultivation? Home Cultivation. GXIU sounds like a very high-sounding term. In fact, it is a despicable thing. It is nothing more than a name for monks who rob people on the road and kill people for treasures. Luo Chen doesn't like GXIU at all. Although he has done one or two, they are all for self-protection. He prefers to be a home cultivator who stays at home and develops steadily. The changes in Daofeng seem to have no effect on Luo Chen, a home cultivator. He still stays at home every day to make pills and take in qi, practice magic and study techniques. However, the return of his neighbors Qin Liangzhen and his wife has had a huge impact on his life. It is a good impact. Perhaps because of the death battle, Qin Liangzhen often went to the headquarters of the Pashan gang during this period, where he practiced magic tools and strengthened his strength. When he came back every day, he was mostly exhausted. And when he saw Luo Chen practicing traction and Yu Fengju in the yard, he would always give him some pointers without hesitation. All along, Luo Chen's practice of magic was purely to sharpen his proficiency. It belongs to the state of knowing the result but not the reason. The spell book bought from Wang Yuan did not have any annotations from a master. It was simply copied. Even the font was crooked, which made people wonder if the copyist had studied hard. This state will only change when the proficiency is promoted to a higher level. However, under the guidance of Qin Liangzhen, a 9th level key refining cultivator, he can often understand something, and then when he casts spells again, it seems that he has opened up a key point and reached a higher level. It was also under this situation that Luo Chen's spell proficiency increased very quickly. In just a few days, the wind control art, which was just getting started, was promoted to the master level. Qin Liangzhen praised him for his talent, but Luo Chen felt that there was a world of difference between having a teacher to guide him and practicing alone. It turns out that proficiency can not only be increased by hard work. The guidance of the master will allow him to gain more. Now more than half a month has passed, and he already has the master level free and easy body method and the master level wind control art. The two complement each other and are like a tiger with wings. Luo Chen's short distance straight line flight speed is not inferior to that of a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. If he controls a flying magic weapon such as the lotus leaf flying disc, even his exhaust gas cannot catch up. And the twists and turns in the air are even better. Qin Liangzhen took the time to practice with him. If the thunder strike is not effective when only using magic weapons, the subsequent pursuit will not be able to hit Luo Chen at all. It's really too slick. Just like the fish swimming in the water, the cunning rabbit on the land, and the flying eagle in the sky, it is completely impossible to grasp. After the practice, Qin Liangzhen even laughed and said, "If your realm is not too low and you don't have any powerful means of attack, I will definitely ask Old Man Me to invite you to join the battle." Powerful means of attack? Luo Chen has it. Soul-breaking nails, jade knife, and the flying firefly killer move derived from the master level fireball technique. Luo Chen is confident that with a set of combined punches, the 5th and 6th levels of key refining will definitely not be his opponent. If there were no good defensive magic weapons for the late key refining cultivators, he would dare to fight. Of course, he would not say these things to Qin Liangzhen shamelessly. What a joke. The 18 death battles were all participated by the 9th level key refining cultivators. Who hasn't had some adventures? Don't have some tricks? I'm afraid that by then, the magic weapons flying on the field will all be of top grade quality. If I go up by myself, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Isn't it better to earn spiritual stones by refining pills honestly, and then buy pills for cultivation? We are home cultivators, and our main goal is to live in peace with the world and live a peaceful life. Early in the morning, Luo Chen put a bunch of jade bottles into his storage bag and prepared to go out. Today is the day of the big market at the beginning of the month. Even if some raw materials have not been consumed, this opportunity to do business cannot be missed. When I arrived at the door, I happened to see my neighbor Murin Kinglian lighting a stove in the yard. It was burning green steel wood. This thing contains grease, and ordinary earth stoves really can't support burning it. Luo Chen was also burning Qinggang wood in a fire pit with insulation bricks installed, which was specially used for alchemy. Seeing this scene, he was very surprised. "Sister-in-law, what delicious food are you going to make?" Murin Kinglian patted the ashes on her hands, lifted her hair and smiled. "Brother Qin is about to join the war. I bought 2 kilograms of blood evil tiger bones that can increase ki and blood, and I am going to stew a pot for him to replenish his energy." Blood evil tiger, a second-level monster. The bones of this thing can indeed greatly increase the ki and blood of cultivators. Especially for body cultivators, it can be called a magic medicine. After she said this, Luo Chen also understood why she didn't cook this pot of soup in the kitchen. Second-level spiritual materials are really not something that can be refined in a short time by ordinary fire in a clay stove. Seeing Murin Kinglian's gentle and docile smile, Luo Chen asked hesitantly, "Sister-in-law, didn't you persuade Brother Qin not to participate in that death fight?" "I couldn't persuade him. Boss Mi not only has a favor to him, but has also been very good to him. Now Boss Mi is in trouble, and he happens to be able to help. It's impossible for him to turn a blind eye." "Then aren't you worried?" Murin Kinglian showed a sad and bitter expression that she had never shown in the past few days. "Worried? How can I not worry? But he is just such a character. Once he makes a decision, no one can pull him back. All I can do is support him silently and believe that he will win." Hearing this, Luo Chen was silent. He was still a little dazed until he left the yard, walked through the complex and deep alleys, and came to the busy streets. In the world of immortal cultivation where people fight each other and die, is there such a heart-throbbing love? Will I, Luo Chen, meet a woman who supports me like this in my life? There is no answer. Luo Chen didn't want to go into it. When he came to his senses, he was still a little confused when he saw the people coming and going on the street. Did I get up late? No. Why are there so many people when it's still dark? When he arrived at the Sangxiu market in the south of the city, an old man and a young man were busy at the blue stone stall. Seeing the girl, Luo Chen couldn't help but speak. "Fellow Taoist Chen, is this your granddaughter?" Luo Chen always knew that Chen Liodao was not a lonely man. He was married in the secular world in his early years, and then his wife died and he brought his son to Daofang market. Later, his son found a wife and had a daughter. But when they went into the mountains to hunt monsters, they both died tragically. Since then, Chen Liodao has been living with his granddaughter. Over the years, Chen Liodao has been stingy and attaches great importance to half a spiritual stone. It is to save a lot of money to send his granddaughter to the sect. Because of his granddaughter, he was cautious about everything he did. The last time there was a gang fight in the outer city, he gritted his teeth and moved to the inner city to live, just because he was afraid that his granddaughter would have an accident in the outer city. Hearing Luo Chen's question, before Chen Liodao spoke, the girl with bright eyes and white teeth smiled. "Is it Brother Luo Chen? I'm Shui. Grandpa often talks about you, saying that you owe him 50 spirit stones and never pay it back." Luo Chen was very happy to hear the sweet Brother Luo Chen at the beginning. But the latter sentence made him a little embarrassed. "I will definitely pay it back when iron spirit stones, I will definitely pay it back." Chen Liodao next to him was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "I don't believe you." Luo Chen smiled and didn't refute. He can really take out the 50 spirit stones he owed Chen Liodao at any time. He didn't pay it back before, but he still kept the habit of expanding production before, and strived to buy enough raw materials every time to brush up his proficiency. When he encountered someone's granddaughter mentioning this matter today, he couldn't stand it with his thick skin. He planned to repay the spiritual stone loan after he finished dealing with the pills in his hand. Looking at a blue stone stall that was fully occupied, Luo Chen was a little embarrassed. Where should he put his pills? Chapter 52, Everything is implied. "Brother Luo Chen, this is the wood I prepared for you. Put it on the stall and no one will take care of it." Chen Shui brought out a large wood board from the back and firmly embedded it on the side of the bluestone slab. "Thank you, little Shui. This is for you." Luo Chen grabbed a handful of fried fairy beans from the storage bag and stuffed them into the girl's hand. Chen Shui's eyes lit up, and she put one in her mouth and bit it with a popping sound. Yet, it turns out that the snacks made by Brother Luo Chen are delicious. In the past, most of the snacks that Luo Chen gave to Taoist Chen were actually taken home by him to his granddaughter. Otherwise, how could an old man in his 60s miss Luo Chen's spicy beef jerky all the time? Seeing the girl's satisfied and enjoyable look, Luo Chen smiled. While placing the jade bottles of elixirs, he asked curiously, "Is business good recently? I see you put so many talisman skins on display." Can you sell them all in one day? When talking about business, Taoist Chen immediately became excited. I'm afraid you haven't been out much recently. Why? The flow of people in Daofang City has at least doubled compared to before. Chen Liodao pointed to the bustling market. There are too many foreign cultivators. Yuding Sword Pavilion has specially opened several trading points in the inner and outer cities. In their words, this is a trade fair facing the 5 major cities. After his explanation, Luo Chen finally realized what impact the changes in Daofang had brought to the local cultivators during this period. Business is really good. Perhaps because it is close to Beiwen Mountain, the various cultivation materials in Daofang City are clearly different from those in the inland. When foreign cultivators come here, they often buy a lot of them. Similarly, those people will set up stalls to sell some of the things they brought. Chen Liudao's business has been particularly prosperous recently. It's not the business of talismans, but his other specialty, talisman skin. The production of talismans involves many aspects. Talisman pens, cinnabar, animal blood, talisman skin. Talisman skins are divided into book skins, wood skins, animal skins, and so on. Among them, the talisman skins made of animal skins have the advantage of carrying a huge amount of spiritual energy. The talismans drawn with this kind of talisman skins are often very powerful. It just so happens that Chen Liodao is good at making talisman skins with animal skins. The reason is that it is also because he is close to Beiwen Mountain, and various monster skins are easy to buy. When foreign monks see the high-quality talisman skins he made, they either don't buy them or buy them on a large scale. Looking at Chen Liudao's bloodshot eyes, calluses on his hands, and even a fishy smell that can't be washed off his body, Luo Chen knew that this old man was probably crazy about making talisman skins recently. So much so that the stall that the two of them used to share is now full of talisman skins. Even the granddaughter who had been staying at home was pulled in to help sell things. With Luo Chen's nose for spiritual stones and business, he instantly realized that this was also a good opportunity for him. If he missed this time point, he might not have such a good opportunity again in a short time. It's a pity that I stayed at home too much before and found out about the situation too late, otherwise I would have stayed up late to refine more pills. Fortunately, the master-level alchemy of the Zongmiao Pills has allowed me to succeed 9 times in the past half-month, and I have up to 90 Zongmiao Pills on hand. Luo Chen is not the kind of person who complains about everything. Even if he occasionally complains, he will adjust quickly. At this time, he adjusted his mentality and put all the Bigu pills and Zongmiao pills out. It must be said that the wooden board prepared by Xiao Shuai is large enough. It is more than enough for him to put nearly 200 jade bottles. However, this is the current relaxed market management system, and Yuding Sword Pavilion will not come to manage them. If it were normal, Luo Chen would have to pay a stall fee of 1 spirit stone again. After putting out the pills, Luo Chen still felt it was not enough. After thinking about it, he took out a pen and wrote a few big words on a piece of white cloth. When he hung it in front of the stall, Chen Shuai next to him read it out word by word. A variety of magical pills, showing the masculinity of men. Go away, you little girl, you have no shame. Chen Ziping quickly pulled the little girl aside, and glared at Luo Chen with a pair of red eyes. Luo Chen didn't care, and even shouted loudly when the sun rose and more people came. Look here, the days of cultivating immortals are so bright. It must be said that a cultivator like him, who is so shameless and shouts loudly, is very rare in the current conservative social environment. But it is precisely because of this that he soon attracted one cultivator after another. Among them, most of them are foreign cultivators. What kind of elixir is this? To show off a man's masculinity? Humph, as a cultivator, why would I care about this thing? Is it really as good as you say? Ahem, I don't want to buy it. It's just that I have a friend who fought with someone and left the thing behind. Ahem, give me 5 bottles. Give me 1 bottle. I want to see what the special elixir of Daofang is. After a group of people bought it, Luo Chen didn't even drink a sip of water and shouted again. Let's go and take a look. The Zongmiao pills that used to sell for 8 or 9 yuan are now sold at a lower price. In order to give back to our old customers and to welcome fellow Daoists from other places, we are now launching the middle grade Zongmiao pills for only 5 spirit stones. Yes, you heard it right. Our Zongmiao pills have no price increase when we increase the quality. You won't lose anything if you buy it for 5 spirit stones. A bunch of people gathered around again. The girl Chen Shui, who was squeezed into the corner, was stunned. In the past, when she heard her grandfather talk about how shameless his stall partners were, she thought that her grandfather was just looking down on everyone. Now, it seems that she has a deep prejudice against her stingy grandfather. She wanted to apologize to her grandfather. Turning back, she found that her grandfather's face was flushed, and he was stammering, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Shui has been smart and sensible since she was a child, and she is even more considerate. Seeing this, she immediately comforted him. "Grandpa, don't be angry. Doing business is like this, it's not shameful." Taoist Chen's eyes lit up, and he gently rubbed the little girl's head. "Yes, my little Shui is right. Doing business is to earn resources for cultivation, it's not shameful." Then, in the shocked eyes of little Shui, Taoist Chen mobilized his energy in his danchan and shouted loudly. "Don't miss it if you pass by. The best talisman skin. The talisman skin is made of fresh animal skin, which can bear the talisman skin of any beginner who has failed at least 3 times. It only costs 10 spirit stones per bundle. It is absolutely fresh, and it is still bleeding and stained with monster meat." Soon, a group of people gathered in front of the blue stone stall. The 2 small stalls were suddenly crowded with people. In this bustling atmosphere, Luo Chen turned his head, and Taoist Chen also turned his head as if he had telepathy. The 2 smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Chapter 53. All good things must come to an end. Time passed quickly. Almost between looking up and down, Luo Chen had sold all the Bigu pills and wonderful pills on hand without realizing it, and it was only noon. There was no need to calculate too much. With Luo Chen's current spiritual eyesight, he could tell how much he earned today with just a glance. Bigu pills earned 100 lingxi, and wonderful pills earned 450. It doesn't seem like a lot, but think about it, this is only the income for half a month, and the cost is only 200 lingxi. In other words, Luo Chen made a net profit of almost 350. You know, half a year ago, he was just a poor little casual cultivator with a monthly income of 5 yuan. It can only be said that after the proficiency has been improved, the alchemist is so awesome and so popular. Of course, Luo Chen knows the profit. He values his current wealth more, and with the remaining lingxi, his savings once soared to 800 low-grade lingxi. This can be said to have reached the peak of history. Oh, that time selling the fiat sword doesn't count, and the windfall is not long-lasting. It has to be earned by yourself, which is the most down-to-earth. After taking a quick inventory of his belongings, Luo Chen planned where to go for a stroll. So many cultivators from other places came to Dahofang, and it was said that there were quite a few stalls. He also wanted to see some of the special cultivation resources from other places to see if they could be of any help to him. It can only be said that when a man has money, he is bold. In the past, at this time, he would hastily purchase raw materials and go home to continue refining pills. It's not like now. With his head held high, Luo Chen looked across the crowded market of independent cultivators, and he had a feeling of looking down on everyone as a poor ghost. However, when he fell on the old Taoist Chen Zoping, his momentum was flattened by 3 points. He saw that the other party was packing up the stall and was busy packing up a pile of bags and ropes. Fellow Taoist Chen is doing a booming business today. He sold out so early. Haha, how can you compare to fellow Taoist Luo? Chen Zoping sneered, I work day and night, but I can only make a few hundred talisman skins and sell them for 300 or 400 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist Luo has not been seen for half a month, and he has made 500 or 600 as soon as he came. I am far, far inferior to you. Why does he seem to be mocking me in his words? Luo Chen gritted his teeth and took out 15 low-grade spirit stones with a pain in his heart, put them in a small cloth bag, and handed them to Chen Ziping. Xiao Luo's path of cultivation is difficult. Thank you Uncle Chen for your support. Although his heart was painful, his words were sincere after all. The 50 spirit stones that old Taoist Chen lent him did play a pivotal role in the beginning of his alchemy career. At that time, his Zongmiao pills were still in the introductory stage, and the failure rate was extremely high. It was all thanks to the spirit stone loan supported by old Taoist Chen that he survived the most difficult period. Taking the small cloth bag and feeling its heavy weight, Chen Zoping was silent for a while. This silence, deep affection, and even red eyes, caused by staying up late to make the skin, really made Luo Chen a little uneasy. Uncle Chen, don't be so hypocritical. I can't stand it. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaoping sighed and said something that Luo Chen didn't expect. We are leaving. Ah. Luo Chen was stunned. Where are you going? Chen Xiaoping touched his granddaughter Chen Shuai's head kindly. In a month, we will follow the monks of the Divine Talisman Pavilion to the Divine Talisman Domain. Looking at the old and the young, a guess came to his mind. Luo Chen couldn't help but say, has little Shuai been accepted as a disciple of the Divine Talisman sect? Brother Luo Chen, not yet. But Shuai is very confident that she can pass the test. Chen Shuai raised her head, and her innocent face was full of confidence like a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. Chen Xiaoping put away his miscellaneous pockets and sat down on the bluestone slab. Not yet, but I have already discussed it with the familiar monks of the Divine Talisman Pavilion. This time when they return to the sect, they will bring me and little Shuai with them. Next year. Next year is the day when the Divine Talisman Pavilion will open its doors to recruit disciples. Shuai is only 13 years old now. She has spiritual roots and I have personally taught her the basic knowledge of making talismans. She has a great chance of passing the entry test. Just a few words, but more or less with size and size. Luo Chen stood in front of him, and for a moment he was also quite emotional. He had a hard time these years, and so did Taoist Chen. Although Taoist Chen used to earn more than him, he actually had to support a little granddaughter to practice and teach her the basic knowledge of making talismans. The study of the 4 arts of cultivation for a monk is a bottomless pit. Generally, only big forces will train new people. Taoist Chen is doing this at the 6th level of key refining. You can imagine how difficult it is. Not only that, Chen Liodao had to save enough spirit stones from his teeth to support this long journey. Just think about it, from the most remote Daofeng and Yuding domain, across Xianfan domain and Yaowang domain, to Shenfu domain, it would be a long journey. Most key refining cultivators may never go so far in their lifetime. Chen Liodao could get the cultivators of Shenfu Pavilion and Daofeng to agree to take them with him, and I'm afraid he had to pay a lot of money. And this is just the first expense. The expenses after the departure, and the expenses for a year after arriving in Shenfu domain. Even if Xiao Shuai failed to join the sect, how would they live? If she succeeded in joining the sect, whether she would continue to support Xiao Shuai, all of these had to be taken into consideration. Just think about it, the number of spirit stones needed for all these expenses added up is huge. Even if Luo Chen is good at earning spirit stones, he can't earn that amount in a short time. And all of those were earned and saved by Chen Liodao bit by bit. In the busy market, in front of the empty blue stone stall, the old, the young, and the young looked at each other in silence. Chen Xiaoping and Luo Chen were immersed in the hardships of the past and sighed, but Chen Shuai was full of yearning for the future. This bluestone slab was brought back from the mountains that year, just to distinguish it from those casual cultivators who set up stalls, so as to show that my stall is different. After I leave, go to the Yuding Jianj Market Management Office and change the name of this stall. I will also give you this bluestone slab. Of course, you will have to pay a whole spiritual stone for the stall fee every month in the future. At the end, Chen Liodao laughed softly. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, looked at the polished stone slab, and took a deep breath. Fellow Taoist Chen, today's farewell is not a farewell of life and death. Why are you so sad? Let's go. Let Luo Chen, a great cultivator in the middle stage of key refining, prepare a farewell banquet for you. Chen Xiaoping was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something. He stroked his beard and laughed. Then I'll have to give you a good meal. Luo Chen waved his hand. It's just a few spirit stones. Let's go to Zhongding's house for a banquet. I'll be the host today. Don't worry about having no friends on the road ahead. Everyone in the world knows you. Well said. I, Chen Xiaoping, don't have many friends in my life, and you, Xiao Luo, are one of them. Drink this cup. If you can't get along in the future, you can go to the Shenfu sect. Xiao Shuai must have established her foundation by then. She will take care of you. Oh, you look down on me. How do you know I can't establish my foundation? Come on, your spiritual root aptitude is not as good as mine. What else? If you say anything else, you'll pay for this meal. Dao has the appearance of a golden elixir. It's my old man's poor eyesight. In the afternoon, Luo Chen said goodbye to the old man and the young man, and set off on the way home alone. His expression was grinning. Swindlers, damn it, they're all scammers. It's just a set meal for 2, plus a pot of wine and 2 plates of meat, but they dare to ask for 50 spirit stones. Who told me that this Huangding family doesn't make money? His Yuding sword sect, they are making a lot of money, okay. Walking while cursing, Luo Chen's brows suddenly frowned. His pace did not change, and he never looked back. When he passed a corner, a small puppet pangolin landed on the ground flexibly and got into the shadows. Behind him, two figures followed slowly. Thanks to many friends for the kitty and coins rewards last week, Su Heng 500, He Feng's Hey 100, remember to drink hot water 100, and some chapter and paragraph rewards that are not displayed but the names can be seen. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 54, The days of cultivating immortals are becoming more and more promising. Ali, and Ali again. Duan Sanfu's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Luo Chen enter a courtyard with 3 entrances. No wonder the brothers in the gang couldn't find him after searching for a long time. It turns out he moved to the inner city a long time ago, and he chose such a remote place. The younger brother next to him was eager to try. Brother Duan, what should we do now? Should we rush in and tie that guy up in front of Brother Gao? Pa. He slapped the younger brother on the head, facing the younger brother's aggrieved look. Duan Sanfu said angrily, where is this? This is the inner city. This is the place of the Jade Tripod Sword sect, and there is also the Golden Pill Master watching over it. Are you planning to kidnap someone under the nose of the Golden Pill Master? The younger brother said aggrievedly, he is just a waste of key refining level 3. You and I can knock him out and take him away without anyone noticing. At most, we can give him some wine when we leave the city and say he's drunk. Are you blind? Duan Sanfu yelled, then realized something, looked around, and lowered his voice. That kid is already at the 4th level of key refining, can't you see it? The younger brother was stunned. Isn't he at the 3rd level of key refining? How come he has reached the 4th level of key refining after not seeing him for a month or 2? Although there is only 1 level difference, there is really a difference between the 3rd and 4th levels of key refining. A cultivator at the 3rd level of key refining can't cast more than 2 spells, and is not proficient in using magic tools. If he doesn't even know some secular martial arts, he is simply powerless. They can easily take each other away. But the 4th level means that there is enough spiritual power to release spells and use magic tools for a longer period of time. If you are not careful during a fight, it is easy to make a big noise. Duan Sanfu patted his younger brother on the shoulder and said, I have already found out where he lives. The next thing will be decided after Brother Gao finishes the 18-fight death battle. Well, I will go back now to report. What about me? You stay here and keep an eye on him to make sure that the boy lives here for a long time. It will be more convenient to catch him when the time comes. Oh, okay. The younger brother was unhappy and squatted down in the shade. Shusuo he glanced down and saw a black tail sneaking into the shadow. Haha, everyone says that the inner city is so good, it seems that it is no different from the outer city, there are rats here too. In the courtyard, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and tried his best to mobilize his spiritual power. After a long time, the pangolin puppet beast returned to his hand. Gao Tingyun is still investigating his brother's death and even plans to attack me. Luo Chen's face was uncertain. He stood up and paced in the yard to think. Just now, he barely heard some information through the puppet beast. The other party has no time now. After the fight between the 2 gangs, he will definitely attack him. In that case, he will be in danger. However, he is really brave to take action in the inner city. Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly, as if he thought of something. Dao, which yard are you from? Suddenly, a voice sounded in front of him. A middle-aged man looked at Luo Chen strangely. Luo Chen smiled slightly and pointed to the 2 yards behind. I'm from the backyard. I just moved here. Hello. New neighbor, my humble name is Wan Shaoshan. I am a golden immortal. Nice to meet you. Oh, what's your name, fellow Taoist? I'm afraid you will be certified as a golden immortal in the future and live as long as this guy. Daluo? Indeed, although he is now called Xiao Luo in the Jianghu, he may be called Daluo in the future. Of course, when meeting for the first time, you should be humble. Hey, it's not worth mentioning. I have something else to do, so I'm going home first. Luo Chen waved his hand, said goodbye to the neighbor he just met, and walked towards the archway of the middle courtyard. Before leaving, he seemed to suddenly remember something and gave a sincere reminder. Fellow Taoist Wan Shaoshan, there are too many foreign cultivators recently, and Daofang is a mixed bag. I'm afraid that some people want to make a quick buck and leave, which will be detrimental to honest people. You must be careful when you go in and out. Wan Shaoshan was stunned for a moment, and then said indifferently, "It's okay. Yuding Sword Pavilion has long anticipated this kind of thing, and specially appointed a foundation-building sword cultivator to form a patrol team. If you really meet that kind of person, catch him and beat him to death. Is that so? That's great." Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and his steps became lighter and lighter. After a while, he passed through the archway of the middle courtyard and stepped into the backyard. He went around a screen wall and disappeared completely. Wan Shaoshan smiled and shook his head. This fellow Taoist is really timid. Who dares to have bad intentions in the inner city in broad daylight? Not to mention the inner city, even the outer city is now extremely safe. Who dares to touch the tiger whiskers of the Jading Sword sect? Laughing, he walked out of the courtyard, intending to go to the nearest trade fair. However, although he was disdainful in his heart, he was really more careful when he went out. Usually, there are many people coming in and out of this courtyard, and it is indeed possible that some malicious robbers have sneaked in. Thinking of this, he looked at everyone with a third of scrutiny. Hey, this guy, why is he sneaking around? He dares to look at me. I have no grudges against him in the past or today, why is he looking at me? Hiss, can't you let fellow Jinxon be right? No, I have to notify the patrol team quickly. Wan Shaoshan glanced back at the Dejiang brother who was squatting in the corner and drawing circles, and his steps were fast. The brother looked at Wan Shaoshan in confusion. Is this guy sick? Just walk, why is he looking at me? Forget it, I don't want to bother with this kind of person. I'd better keep Luo Chen first, so that he won't run away. After I finish this, Brother Duan will definitely value me more. Maybe Brother Gao will also look up to me and take me to the ship turn a lot of spiritual stones. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel that the future days were getting more and more promising. However, after half an incense stick, several escape lights fell from the sky and surrounded him tightly in the middle. Yes, it's him. He has been staring at me. He must want to kill me and rob me of the middle-grade flying sword I bought with great difficulty. Maybe he even wants to take off my new Taoist robe. The younger brother was stunned. One of the leading monks of the patrol team frowned and walked forward. Hey, where are you from? What do you do? Why are you squatting here? Do you want to rob? The tone was hurried, and there was a faint echo in the voice. The younger brother was shocked at first, and then he said in a daze, I'm from the outer city, a monk from the Dejiang gang who is carrying goods. I'm here to watch people. I'm not robbing, I just want to kidnap someone. After saying that, he suddenly woke up. Suddenly, his face turned pale. How could he reveal everything? Bang! The leading monk of the patrol team slapped him fiercely. I hate robbery cultivators like you the most. You have no technical content at all. Follow me. Where to? Your crime has been exposed. Next, go to Stanley Prison for 100 years. When you can win 10 games on the Taoism Forum, get out again. The younger brother opened his mouth wide, not knowing whether he was stunned by the slap or had a judgment for the future. After the monks of the patrol team left, Wan Shaoshan patted his chest in fear. Fortunately, I was smart. No, this matter cannot be known to me alone, I have to remind the neighbors in the 3 courtyards. Action is worse than thought, he sank into his danshan, and shouted while running. There are robbery cultivators around, everyone must be careful when going out. A cultivator left his house nearby. Yes, it was me, Wan Shaoshan, who reported it. That kind of bastard should be imprisoned in Stanley Prison. Hey, it's not worth mentioning, no need to thank me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Xiao Luo, it's time to drink soup. Stanley, a prison built by Yuding Jiang according to local conditions. The reason why this prison is named Stanley is because of Luofang Mountain. It is said that Yuding domain belonged to the Liangsha mountain range among the millions of mountains. Dozens of mountains rise and fall one after another. Not only are the products rich, but the scenery is also extremely beautiful. It is known as Tongshan Jasper and Liangsha Wanli. But a fairy phoenix from the upper realm broke through the space barrier and descended here. Its huge body was covered with infinite phoenix true flames. Just at the moment of its arrival, the Liangsha Wanli mountain range suffered a devastating blow, and countless mountain tops were burned. The most famous Ziksha mountain was barely preserved, but only a small mountain less than 100 feet high remained. Later, Ziksha mountain was renamed Luofang mountain. The fairy phoenix was exiled to the mortal world, and a feather fell and hit the ground. Although it was just an insignificant feather, it was not an ordinary feather, but the feather of the phoenix in myths and legends. Just one feather pressed the earth into a gully hundreds of meters long. If you look from the sky, this gully looks like a red-hot pillar of fire that was crushed. Ever since the Jade Tripod Sword sect set up the area adjacent to the Lancang River and the Guiyang Mountains as the Daohofang city, the transformation of this place has never stopped. Luofang Mountain is not only the core of the formation, but also the main body of the discussion platform. And that huge gully has also been transformed into a long and narrow prison. This is the Stanley Prison that is now known to tens of thousands of casual cultivators in Daohofang. Why is it known to everyone? Because in the past month, the cultivators of the Jade Tripod Sword Pavilion announced to the public that the prison has officially opened. All robbers who dare to commit crimes in the inner city of Daohofang and the outer city will be thrown directly into Stanley as long as they are caught by the patrol team. If you want to leave Stanley Prison, you can either ask someone to spend a large amount of spirit stones to redeem you, or you can serve your sentence in it. There is another way, that is to participate in the battle of the discussion platform and win 10 games in a row, and you can be released directly from prison. It is precisely because of this that the safety of Daohofang has reached its highest level in history. Some cultivators in the early stage of key refining dared to walk at night. It was really a big change in the atmosphere. At the crossroads, the crowd was surging. Many people crowded on the roadside, curiously watching the patrol escort a cultivator into Stanley Prison. Is this the 32nd cultivator to be caught this month? No, it's the 35th. Why don't you just arrest him and put him in jail? Why parade him around the streets, especially at the crossroads in the city center? Isn't this killing a chicken to scare the monkeys? That's right, the more people know about it, the better, so that Daohofang City will be safe. It's better to be safer. Although this market is remote, the cultivation resources are really rich. I want to settle here. Why not move here? It's icy and snowy over there in Zulianfang. I'm too old to stand it. Amid the discussions, the patrol team was about to finish the journey. The leading cultivator had a sharp gaze, sweeping the vicinity from time to time. When he saw a cultivator wearing a bamboo hat and not daring to show his true face, he would glare at him fiercely. These were all potential calamity cultivators. Luo Chen naturally didn't care about the glare. He was relieved when he saw that stupid little brother being taken to Stanley. Then he slowly retreated behind the crowd and disappeared in the sea of people. The nail that was watching me has been pulled out by the hands of Yuding Sword Pavilion. But this is only temporary. When Gaotingging is free, I'm afraid my troubles will continue. Luo Chen walked slowly with a bamboo hat on, gradually walking more and more off the track and began to drill into small alleys. He was not walking in the direction of home before, but deliberately walking in the opposite direction. This was also due to the fact that when he rented a house, Sun Shou took him to see many houses, especially big houses. Luo Chen's memory is still very good, especially for those big houses with particularly good environments. He envied them and remembered them. He planned to move when he had enough spiritual stones in the future. This time, this good memory came in handy. His house is in the north of the city, a quadrangle. The place he had deliberately gone to just now was near the South City San Xiu Market, and the house he entered was an extremely spacious 3-story courtyard. A courtyard like this, with a large area, good environment, and safe and quiet, was not something he could afford after a few years of hard work. But it was very suitable for misleading the stalker. It was also easy to get away, just find a wall and run out. But this kind of thing is only a temporary solution. I will definitely have to set up a stall to sell pills in the future. No matter how careful I am, my rental address will be exposed. Unless I find a few younger brothers to help me sell pills and never show up again. There is a solution, but it's a pity that Luo Chen is only at the 4th level of key refining now, so how can he recruit younger brothers? In the final analysis, it's still because of his lack of strength. If he had the strength of Wang Yuan, he would have quietly sneaked into the door and killed Gao Tingyun, the victim, with one knife. When he returned home, there was still a strong fragrance floating in the yard. It was a pot of bloody tiger bone soup that Murin King Lian stewed before going out in the morning. But at this time, no one was in the courtyard, and the door of the Qin family's west wing was also closed. Luo Chen returned home by himself, looking at the back house that had been completely renewed and full of life, and he was a little silent. Perhaps, when trouble comes in the future, he will have to move like a stray dog again. I really don't want to leave this big house, although it's a bit cold. I also don't want to leave the neighbors in the courtyard, the enthusiastic and straightforward Gu Kai, the gentle and elegant Fu Ziu Xiu, the lively and lovely Bai Miling, and the bold and straightforward Qin Liangchen. Oh, and the elder sister Feng Xia who has a broken voice and doesn't like to talk much. In fact, she is also a good person. Once when he couldn't leave because of alchemy, she bought a bundle of firewood for him. After thinking a lot, Luo Chen entered the separated bedroom and took out a bottle of Yankee Dam from the storage bag. I made a lot of spirit stones today, but after paying off debts and treating guests, I only have 700 left. On the way home, I bought 50 spirit stones of raw materials for the Bigu Den, and spent 500 to buy 5 bottles of Yankee Dan. As for the raw materials of the Zongmiao Pills, there were still 100 lingxi left at home, but he didn't want to buy them for the time being. The deposit returned to 150 again. Luo Chen didn't feel bad this time. The lingxi didn't disappear, it just changed its form and continued to accompany Luo Chen. Cultivation. He took out a Yankee pill and swallowed it into his stomach, and the Chong Chun Gong slowly operated. The majestic medicinal power spread out instantly, and the soft spiritual energy continued to open up the meridians under the operation of the Gong method, and finally returned to the Danshan. The spiritual power has grown a little bit. Luo Chen opened the attribute panel at the right time. Lifespan 27/75, spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, realm, 4th level of key refining. 96/100, skills, perfect Chong Chun Gong. 499/500, spells, fireball master 700/1000, free and easy journey master 512/1000, entanglement master 291/300, cleaning master 170 out of 200, traction master 427/500, spirit eye master 287/300, wind control master 230/300, skills, first level alchemist, Bigu powder master 840/1000, all wonderful pills perfect 301/500, achievement points 13 points. Another half month has passed. There have been no waves in this half month, but the results of practice are remarkable. Perhaps because of Qin Liangchen's guidance in his spare time, his proficiency in traction, entangling, and fireball has increased a lot. Especially in the actual combat, under great pressure, he made great progress in the aspect of body movement. Xia Oioi broke through to the Grandmaster level, and Yu Fengju soared directly from the entry level to the Master level. It was precisely because of this progress that Qin Liangchen, a master of the 9th level of key refining, was always amazed. The promotion of 2 spell proficiency gave him 2 more achievement points. Compared with these, Luo Chen's attention was always on the realm and the skills. Realm, key refining stage 4. 96 out of 100, he only needed to increase the progress bar by 4 more points, and he could be promoted to the 5th level of key refining. 4 points, that is, 4 key nourishing pills. Now he can only refine 1 a day, so he needs to work hard for 4 days. Luo Chen couldn't wait for this time. In comparison, the reason why he suddenly practiced in the afternoon was still the skills. Skills, Chong Chun Gong perfection. 499/500, only 1 more time. Luo Chen really wanted to know what changes would be brought about by the promotion to the Grandmaster level of Chongchuan Gong. Last time, from the mastery to the perfect level, the Chongchuan Gong practice time was shortened from 1 hour to half an hour. The amount of spiritual energy refined also doubled. In fact, it was more suitable for his body. After that promotion, Luo Chen did not take pills, and the efficiency of pure practice was almost comparable to that of a 4 spiritual root cultivator. What would happen if he was promoted from the perfect level to the master level again? Luo Chen hesitated a little, whether to make a concerted effort and practice for another half an hour this afternoon. Since he had survived the heart tribulation, his spiritual consciousness foundation had doubled, and he was not as tired as before when practicing and refining pills. Now he was in good spirits, and he could try again with a grit of teeth. Just as he was thinking about it, the door was knocked gently. Luo Chen got up in confusion, went to the living room, and opened the door. Outside the door, Murin Kinglian was holding a small bowl. "Xiao Luo, drink the soup." "Thank you, Brother Tangu Instant Noodles, for the 100,000 starting coins reward." For the reward from the leader, Xiao plans to add 5 chapters. But since it is a public period, I will add 1 chapter today. The remaining 4 chapters will be added after the release. You can supervise me. Chapter 56 Grandmaster Level Chongchun Kung Fu. Sister-in-law, this is not allowed. Luo Chen hurriedly declined. It was okay to eat a little bit of food. But this soup was used to replenish Qin Liangchen's blood and qi, which was related to the next fight. Even with his thick skin, he didn't dare to drink this bowl of soup. Murin Kinglian insisted on putting the bowl of soup on Luo Chen's table. "This is just a little bit of residue. The essence was drunk by your elder brother Qin. You don't have to refuse." "But." "There is no but, unless you don't think highly of my cooking skills." "Well, okay." Luo Chen no longer refused and simply drank the small bowl of soup clean. The Blood Evil Tiger is a second-level monster. Its bone soup is a great tonic for cultivators in the key refining stage. Although it is only a small bowl, you are also in the middle stage of key refining, and it should also bring you great benefits. Murin Kinglian put away the small bowl and reminded Luo Chen not to waste the medicinal power of this bowl of soup. After she left, Luo Chen was full of emotion. Although it was very difficult to travel to this place, he still met many good people on the road of cultivation. Sun Shou, who was willing to rent his house for half a spirit stone, Chen Xiaoping, who gave up a stall, and these good neighbors in the yard. He was thinking that his welfare as a traveler might not only be the proficiency attribute panel. Maybe my source of fortune is also full. When thinking about this, he naturally put aside the bad guys such as the short-lived Chen Xiao and the poor Gao Tengayan. Those are just a little bit of wind and frost on the road of cultivation. Just as he was sighing, a heat flow began to spread from his stomach. The heat, impulse, power, and all kinds of illusions almost made him swell. Luo Chen remembered what Murin Kinglian had said just now, and did not dare to neglect it. He hurried back to the bedroom to start practicing. Before, he was still hesitating whether to make a concerted effort today, but now there is no need to worry. It's just that this time of practice, it lasted for a full 2 hours. When Luo Chen opened his eyes, a feeling of full energy came to him. He clenched his fists and felt as if he could kill a tiger. Of course, before this, he could also kill an ordinary tiger. But that was with his spiritual power and magic, and now just his body gave him this powerful feeling. This is just a small bowl of tiger bone soup. If I drink this tiger bone soup every day, I'm afraid that sooner or later my body will become as strong as the monster blood tiger. The fantasy was fleeting. What a joke. This tiger bone soup is made from second-level spiritual materials, and you can't afford it now. Of course, the benefits of this bowl of tiger bone soup are not just strengthening the blood and body. Luo Chen called up the attribute panel again. In the column of the technique, it suddenly became Grandmaster of Chongchun Gong 501/1000. Grandmaster level. Thinking back to the past 2 hours, especially the last time he practiced Chongchun Gong, Luo Chen was overjoyed. Chongchun Gong, which has the mastery of the Grandmaster level, can actually have such a miraculous change. First of all, it perfectly adapted to his body, as if it was a technique tailor-made for him. Originally, the meridians that were passed through in one cycle were only 5 meridians and 6 vessels. But now, while the spiritual power was flowing, the remaining 7 meridians and 2 vessels were opened. Although it was only the beginning, and only a small amount of spiritual power could flow, Luo Chen knew what it meant to have the 12 meridians connected and the 8 meridians all opened. That meant that his efficiency in refining external spiritual energy would be greatly increased in the future. Even the speed of refining pills would be doubled. Because there are more meridians to digest the medicinal power. In the past, he could only refine 1 nourishing pill a day, but now, he can take 2 a day. As long as there are enough spiritual stones, Luo Chen's cultivation speed has almost doubled out of thin air. Of course, opening the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians is not without cost. His spiritual power of the 4th level of key refining was almost completely consumed. It was also when it was consumed that Luo Chen knew the second change brought to him by the Grandmaster level Chongchun Gong. It can actually recover ki automatically. Automatic recovery of Qi means automatically recovering spiritual power. Luo Chen could feel that even if he did not actively practice Chongqing, his body was still sending waves of hunger messages. Now he was in the inner city, a place with first-level spiritual veins. Even if other forces used the spirit-gathering array to absorb most of the spiritual energy, the outside world still had a good concentration. Under the kind of hunger message, the body seemed to be extremely transparent and naturally absorbed the spiritual energy from the outside world. This absorption speed was about 1/10 of the full power operation. Although it was not much, it was going on all the time. In this way, I will never have to worry about practicing spells and consuming too much spiritual energy in the future. Luo Chen was overjoyed. For a long time, the reason that restricted his slow improvement in spell proficiency was spiritual power. The human body is like a closed treasure, and the Danshan is a container for gathering spiritual energy. To break through the realm, the total amount of spiritual energy needs to continue to rise. Quantitative change causes qualitative change and breaks through the shackles. Therefore, if a cultivator wants to break through the realm, he often ensures that he is in a perfect state every time he practices, so that every time he refines a little more spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in his body will increase a little. The container will also be partially expanded, thus breaking the boundary of the sealed treasure. However, when monks fight and practice spells, they will squander a lot of spiritual energy. In this case, the monk's practice of the skills cannot actually increase the spiritual power and break the limit, but only restore the original perfect state. Luo Chen's spell proficiency is growing slowly because he has to take into account the improvement of the realm. Therefore, he has been strictly controlling the number of times he practices various spells every day. The fireball spell that consumes the most is 4 times a day, the entanglement spell is occasionally once or twice, and the cleaning spell is very rare. The traction spell and the spiritual eye spell that consume less spiritual power are at least 10 times a day. Even in this case, it is difficult for him to increase the upper limit of spiritual power through his own practice, and he must rely on the nourishing pill. But now, he can automatically recover his energy. This also means that he can practice spells a little more recklessly to improve his proficiency. The Grandmaster level Chongqing has not only improved my cultivation speed, but also my combat effectiveness. As long as I work hard enough, I have time to upgrade all kinds of spells to the maximum level. Luo Chen had never seen the power of a full-level spell. But just a Grandmaster-level fireball technique allowed him to develop the little killer move of flying fireflies. So, it was understandable that he was so excited. After the excitement, the abundant energy seemed to disappear a lot. After practicing for such a long time, his body could hold up, but his spirit was really a little weak. Luo Chen didn't force it and simply went to sleep. When he woke up, he felt more energetic. He couldn't help but practice Chongqing again. This time, he tried to experience the various wonders of the Grandmaster level Chongqing more carefully. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, and his whole body revealed a strong sense of surprise. The efficiency of refining spiritual energy has doubled again. It is almost comparable to the efficiency of normal cultivation of a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. If the cultivation efficiency of a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots was a standard at the beginning, the perfect Chongqing doubled it to the standard of 2 times the 4 spiritual roots. Now, Luo Chen clearly felt that his efficiency of converting spiritual energy had reached 4 times the standard. Luo Chen was not sure about the efficiency standard he set before. But the time he spent with Qin Liangzhen gradually confirmed this set of algorithms. Because Qin Liangzhen is a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, he is now 49 years old. He started practicing at the age of 17, and perfectly missed the age limit for the sect to recruit disciples. It took more than 30 years to be promoted to the 9th level of Qi refining. In his words, if he did not have to worry about his livelihood in the middle, and did not spend spiritual energy to practice spells and master magic tools, he could save at least 10 years. In other words, it does not take more than 30 years, at most 20 years, to be promoted to the 9th level of Qi refining with 3 spiritual roots. Of course, from the 9th level of Qi refining to the foundation building stage, this is another long period of time that far exceeds all the previous time. Let's not consider the time from the 9th level to the foundation building stage. Qin Liangzhen's cultivation speed, corresponding to Luo Chen's 5 spiritual roots and Chen Zimoking's 4 spiritual roots, is in line with the efficiency standard algorithm formulated by Luo Chen. Relying on this algorithm, Luo Chen determined his current position. Without considering the elixir, my cultivation speed is comparable to that of a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. A cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. This is already the qualification threshold for pursuing the Great Dao. With sufficient resources, it is possible to build a foundation in at least 40 or 50 years, and at most 100 years. Luo Chen has always been worried about his lifespan. He has practiced so many spells and his realm has risen several times, but his lifespan has not changed. This has always given him a sense of urgency. It's like there is a sword hanging over his head. Now, the Grandmaster level Chong Chun Guang has finally made the sword a little farther away from him. Of course, in order to completely take off the sword, he still has to meet one condition. Abundant resources. So, make money, you still have to make money. Chapter 57, 5th level of key refining. In the world of immortal cultivation, spirit stones are money. They cannot be eaten or drunk. Although they contain great spiritual energy, they are full of impurities. Unless a cultivator faces a life or death situation, he will never dare to absorb them directly. Generally speaking, they are used by big forces to stimulate formations and control large magic weapons. On the contrary, the legendary top-grade spirit stones have spiritual energy condensed to an extremely pure level, and cultivators can absorb them directly. However, such good things are not accessible to ordinary cultivators at all. Not to mention the top-grade spirit stones, ordinary spirit stones can indeed be used as a universal currency because of their scarcity. Moreover, the right to issue this currency is basically in the hands of large sects. The reason is simple. The more powerful the sect, the better the spiritual veins it can occupy. And spirit stones are produced in various spiritual veins. Currency, as a thing, actually has no actual value on earth. It is more of a reflection of a country's credit, and this credit is formed by the fusion of strong national strength and abundant resources. When a country's credit is bankrupt, the currency is actually a pile of waste paper. In the world of immortal cultivation, the principle is similar. The sects were too strong, so when they settled their cultivation resources in spiritual stones, ordinary cultivators had no choice but to accept it. Not only did they have to accept it, but they also had to do their best to earn enough spiritual stones. The fight between the Daijiang gang and the Pashan gang was for the resources in the mountains, and those resources represented spiritual stones. At this time, the leader of the Daijiang gang, Wang Heichao, sent off a foundation-building cultivator with a tired look. Finally, it's a deal. As long as we win the death match the day after tomorrow and control the channel resources in the mountains, the Lianian Business Alliance will promise to hand over the water transportation of the other 4 towns to us. Below him was Gao Tingyun, the second in command of the Daijiang gang. Hearing this, Gao Tingyun couldn't help but be extremely excited. Just the water transportation in Daofang made the Daijiang gang a lot of money, and it could even support the daily practice of Wang Heichao, who was in the foundation building period. If the water transportation of the other 4 towns was taken over, how much would the Daijiang gang earn? At least it can provide 1 or 2 more foundation building period practitioners. Seeing him so excited, Wang Heichao frowned slightly, but soon smiled. Xiao Gao, you have been following me for so long, it is not easy. After I get the 4 water transport rights, I will definitely try my best to buy you a foundation building pill. Gao Tingyun was overjoyed and bowed quickly. I will serve the boss until I die. Wang Heichao pulled the corner of his mouth, and did not mention it again, and changed the subject. How about the death battle the day after tomorrow, are you sure? The list of 18 people for the death battle on the Taoism stage has been submitted. However, the order of fighting each other is still confidential. In other words, Gao Tingyun may encounter the 7 tigers of Pashan, or 2 knives. Involving life and death, Gao Tingyun's joy gradually faded, and turned solemn. As long as I don't meet Su Ranki with a broken knife, I won't lose. Wang Heichao was also very clear about this. Xiao Gao is very strong, especially on the big rivers, so he is also known as the River Dragon. But the discussion platform is limited to the environment. If he meets the opponent, he will probably lose. Are you sure about the others? Wang Heichao asked. Gao Tingyun said confidently, among the other 8 people, the 7 tigers of breaking the mountain, only the heart-eating tiger and the downhill tiger have some strength, but I am not afraid of them at all. The sick tiger used to be very strong, but after his path was cut off, he indulged in enjoyment. I surpassed him a few years ago. What about the broken jade tiger? Haha, just a young boy. No, I'm talking about the broken jade tiger from before. Gao Tingyun was stunned. He's back. Seeing his appearance, Wang Heichao shook his head. It seems that you are not sure, but don't worry. There are 9 people, and the chance of you meeting them is not high. I have arranged other people. Hearing the 3 words others, Gao Tingyun's expression was a little gloomy. Originally, in the Daijiang gang, apart from the leader Wang Heichao, he was the second best. But recently, several late-stage key refining cultivators have appeared out of nowhere. All of them are very powerful, and have greatly threatened his position. Maybe they are people secretly supported by the Lianian Business Alliance. I hope that after participating in the death battle, they will go back to where they came from. Gao Tingyun thought to himself. Suddenly, Wang Heichao's face changed slightly, and he suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand to grab. But he grabbed nothing. Whoosh! With a sharp whistle, a small sword was inserted in front of his desk. On the small sword, a yellow talisman was naturally windless, and then a cold voice came out. Take care of your people, don't come to the inner city to make trouble. It is the unique flying sword transmission of the Yuding sword sect, and its effect is even better than that of ordinary sound transmission notes. Wang Heichao's face was bloodless, and it was white. He slowly raised his head and stared at Gao Tingyun. You sent people to the inner city. Gao Tingyun was also frightened at this moment. The speed of that small sword was too fast. If you want to kill him, it will be effortless. After all, even Wang Heichao, who was in the foundation building stage, was caught off guard and failed to catch him. It can be seen that the person who sent this flying sword to send the letter was at least in the foundation building stage. He showed an ugly smile and said reluctantly, Boss, I just sent 2 people to check Luo Chen, the one who is related to the death of my little brother. You are not good at doing things, but more likely to cause trouble. Wang Heichao cursed, and then angrily said, Didn't I say not to make trouble before the matter is over? Gao Tingyun didn't dare to speak, but just lowered his head. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heichao knew that he would have to help this time, so he held back his anger and said, I'll say it again, before the giant and master of the Jading sword sect leaves, you are not allowed to cause trouble in the inner city, and the outer city should also be restrained. Got it, boss. You go down and prepare for a death fight. After he left, Wang Heichao rubbed his eyebrows. Then he took out a list from the storage bag. This guy's ambition is getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid he'll be a bit of a hindrance if I keep him here. After getting off the big boat, Gao Tingyun's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Duan Sanfu happened to come up to him, and he slapped him in the face. Where's the skinny guy? Duan Sanfu was stunned and replied subconsciously, Stay in the inner city and keep an eye on that guy. Are you sure he hasn't been exposed? Probably, he hasn't. Besides, it's nothing if he's exposed. Snap. Another slap. He's not good enough to help, but good enough to cause trouble. Gao Tingyun left angrily, leaving Duan Sanfu frozen in place, with symmetrical red finger marks on his left and right faces. 2 days later, the entire Diaofang, 20,000 to 30,000 monks, took action. Put down the things at hand and head towards the inner city. Today is the opening ceremony of the Lundaote, which is definitely a first-class event in the local area. Regardless of whether you can sneak into Luifang Mountain to observe, it is also a good thing to feel it up close. And I heard that Yuding Sword Pavilion has also built a gambling den in the inner city, and will open a handicap for the 18 blood fights between the 2 gangs. The minimum bet is 1 spirit stone, and there is no upper limit. Even the poorest cultivator can still afford 1 or 2 spirit stones. I can't bear to watch it, but betting on the win or loss can also be regarded as participating in this event. Many years later, it can be used as a topic of conversation. In the courtyard in the north of the city, Murin Kinglian got up early and began to prepare clothes for her husband Qin Liangzhen. In the yard, Bai Miling and Feng Xiao were a little depressed. They couldn't go to the scene. There must be a lot of people in the city today. It was a great day for Beikao Dang to do business. 2 workers, can't leave. Accompanied by Murin Kinglian, Qin Liangzhen walked out in a brand new robe. Brother Qin, you must win. Old Qin, win the first battle and return safely. Qin Liangzhen laughed. Okay, I'll come back to set up a banquet and everyone will have a good meal. Just as he laughed, the door of the opposite back house suddenly opened. A young man in a gray robe, with a wooden hairpin on his head and long hair tied up and draped behind him, walked out. Qin Liangzhen's eyes lit up, Xiao Luo, your realm has been improved. Thanks to the bowl of tiger bone soup sent by my sister-in-law, I also benefited from you, brother Qin. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and the spiritual energy of the 5th level of key refining fluctuated faintly. Just now, his cultivation progress bar broke through 100, from the 4th level of key refining to the 5th level of key refining. And what he said was true. In the past 2 days, he took a total of 3 key nourishing pills, which increased his progress by 3 points. Practicing Chong Chunguang, he gained a lot of spiritual power. And the last thing that caused the qualitative change was that small bowl of tiger bone soup. In addition to strengthening the ki and blood, it also contained a lot of spiritual energy. After 2 days of refining, it finally came to fruition. Qin Lianjun patted Luo Chen on the shoulder and laughed. Great! Great! Your realm advancement is a great joy, just in time to cheer me up. I will definitely defeat the enemy today. Thanks to Dao Zhi Jian for the 1,500 starting coins reward, Qing Yu Yi for the 100 starting coins reward, and also thanks to myself for the 100 starting coins reward. Chapter 58 Broken Blade, 10 years old fan, comes uninvited. This was the first time Luo Chen met Mi Shuhe. He was the old man Mi in Qin Liangjun's mouth, the leader of the Pashan gang. He had a head full of white hair and a round face. Although he had wrinkles, his face was ruddy. With his big belly, he looked like a smiling Maitreya Buddha. If he were placed in the mortal world, he would look like an ordinary rich man. But Luo Chen, and even all the casual cultivators in Daofang, knew that the other party was not as kind as he looked. As we all know, building a foundation is the first major obstacle on the road of cultivation. This world is rich in resources and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant. It should be very simple to overcome this difficulty. However, there are only a few cultivators who can successfully build a foundation. Only for the cultivators of the sect, building a foundation is relatively simple. The reason for this is that the method of refining the foundation pill is in the hands of the big sects. Even if the recipe of the foundation pill is occasionally leaked, it will be snatched back by the major sects at all costs. Even if the recipe cannot be snatched back, the person must be taken back, regardless of life or death. Therefore, if ordinary casual cultivators want to build a foundation, unless they have other opportunities, they can only crave for the foundation building pills leaked from the major sects every year. However, the appearance of each foundation building pill often causes various storms. At the auction, there are many foundation building pills at sky-high prices. Therefore, there are many casual cultivators in Daofang City, but after so many years, there are still very few foundation building cultivators. In the past 100 years, cultivators have come and gone, and only 2 foundation building cultivators have appeared in Daofang. Mi Shuhe is one of them. After achieving foundation building, he became the leader of the Pashan gang. This person is quite broad-minded and is very kind to low-level cultivators. When he encounters a small cultivator who can't make a living, he is not stingy to help. Even if some cultivators die in the mountains, he will try his best to settle their families. It is because of this that people's hearts are gradually won. Under his leadership, the Poor Casual Cultivator Alliance, which was originally just trying to earn cultivation resources in the mountains, gradually became stronger. Up to now, the Pashan gang has become the largest force in Daofang besides the 6 major sects. There were over 100 late-stage key refining cultivators in the gang, over 1,000 mid-stage cultivators, and countless low-level independent cultivators who made a living by doing things for them. For example, when Luo Chen was refining the Bigu pill, he actually benefited a lot from the Pashan gang. The cultivators who often went into the mountains had the highest demand for Bigu pills. Outside the Yuding Sword Pavilion, Mi Shuhe led hundreds of people and gathered in front of a huge jade disc. He pointed at the jade disc without caring about the thousands of onlookers outside and said loudly, "In this battle, I hope everyone will work together to defeat the opponent. The winner can own all the spoils, and I, Mi Shuhe, will not take a penny. For those who died in the battle, their families can be entrusted to me. If there are descendants with spiritual roots, I will do my best to cultivate them into cultivators. In addition, if you win this battle, I will take out a foundation building pill and reward everyone. Of course, there is only one, so whoever is the first to perfect the 9th level of key refining will get it. And once that person achieves foundation building, I will work with him to try my best to earn foundation building pills for the rest of the people. We, the Pashan gang, only hope to break through the mountain that blocks the way to immortality and help everyone build a foundation. After these words were spoken, hundreds of cultivators in the Pashan gang seemed to have known it for a long time, and shouted in unison, "We will win this battle." The onlookers outside were shocked. Mishuho actually had a foundation building pill in his hand. Moreover, he was willing to take it out and reward it to others. It was really a big deal. Similarly, they also talked about the promises made by Mishuho. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh that Mishuho was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he could be recognized and followed by brother Wang Yuan and brother Qin. His eyes swept over the monks of the Pashan gang, and saw that they were all excited, as if they wanted everyone to go up and fight. Wang Yuan was among them, with a cold look. Qin Lianjun and Murin King Lian and his wife were also among them, proud and fearless. Hey, Zheng Daoya was also among them, and he was the one closest to the center of Mishuho's circle. Listening to other people's discussions, Zheng Wen was the sick tiger among the 7 tigers of Pashan. Just when he was curious, the passage next to the jade disc made a rumble. Then, under the attention of everyone, the door was slowly opened. A long white passage opened, and 7 foundation building monks stood in front of the door with calm faces. Another foundation building monk walked out from inside. It was Miao Zhen, the head of the sword pavilion, who was more familiar to the monks of Daohufang. He said some polite words, and then made way for the passage. Mishuho did not hesitate, and led the 9 late-stage key refining cultivators into the passage first. The rest of the gang members either took out their tickets and jade beads to enter the passage, or took out a special iron plate, and after being inspected, they also walked in. Looking at the iron plates, Luo Chen blinked his eyes, and it seemed that he also had one. After all the gang members of the Pashan gang had entered, the other casual cultivators approached the huge jade disc. They were not in a hurry to enter, because everyone knew that the way they participated in this opening ceremony was different from that of the Pashan gang. This is the list of the 18 death matches. I have been waiting for several days. Let me see who is fighting who, so that it will be convenient for me to place a bet. With my experience of living in Daohufang for 50 years, I know most of the masters of the 2 gangs. It is clear who will win and who will lose. There are a total of 9 lists of battles, from 1 to 9, listed vertically. Such a large-scale late-stage key refining battle is not easy to see at ordinary times, so everyone is very concerned. But just as they surrounded them, someone cried out in surprise. Who is this Min Longayu? Is there such a person in the Daijiang gang? And this Bai Qi, I have never heard of this person's name. Yang Russian? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. No, isn't he a casual cultivator from Xianifang? When did he join the Daijiang gang? Shameless, the Daijiang gang actually sought external aid. After all, it is our local gang, but it actually sought external aid in the battle. Isn't this a foul? Foul? Of course not. The first rules disclosed only limited the realm, but never restricted the 2 sides from seeking external aid. It's just that the Pashan gang chose to let the masters who knew the ins and outs of the gang participate in the battle. The relatively weak Daijiang gang, on the other hand, did not know where to recruit 4 casual cultivators from other places. 1 or 2 of them were occasionally heard of by everyone, and the other 2 were not even known where they came from. However, no matter how much they cursed, for gamblers, guessing the outcome of the battle was the most important thing. No matter where they come from, they can't get rid of the limit of the key refining stage, so it still depends on their own methods. Yes, in this case, if you want to win 5 games and lose 4, the order of the battles is particularly important. The first battle is a good start. Both sides will fight to the death. Let me see who will make the first move. Han Dang, the heart-eating tiger, the leader of the 7 tigers of Pashan, isn't he sure to win? I'll just go all in. Brother, are you so brave? Betting requires wisdom. Do you know what methods Han Dang's opponent Min Longayu has? Haha, you know shit. Who is Han Dang? He is a person who has reached the 9th level of key refining and can break through the foundation building at any time. Who knows that Min Longayu, who came out of the horn, is his opponent? Wisdom? Going all in is wisdom. During the discussion, Luo Chen used the spirit eye technique to look at the battle list and order. The first battle, the 5th battle, and the last 9th battle are undoubtedly the 3 most important duels. I'm afraid that neither side will give up these 3 games, and they will definitely send out the strongest in the team. Heart-eating tiger Han Dang vs. Min Longayu, Broken Blade Su Ranki vs. River Mixed Dragon Gaoting Yin, and Mad Blade Wang Yuan vs. Xiao Wuan. Seeing the candidates for these three matches, Luo Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. He was actually familiar with most of the participants in the last two matches. Is Brother Wang so strong? He was ranked as the last one by Mi Shuhui. Gao Tingyun's participation in the battle was inevitable, but his luck seemed to be not very good, as he was ranked with Su Ranki. The name of Broken Blade is still above the heart-eating tiger, the leader of the 7 tigers. His fighting power is so powerful that he is really invincible in the same level of ki refining. It would be great if he died on the Taoism stage. It was decided. He, Luo Chen, is now a 10-year-old fan of Broken Blade Su Ranki, and he will support him crazily when the time comes. Just as the idea flashed in his mind, the ticket sales and ticket checking had already begun at the gate of the Taoism stage. Some monks who had placed bets nearby could not wait to walk into the passage. Don't worry about it, go buy the tickets. Only 10,000 tickets are sold in total. After deducting the free family tickets for the 2 gangs of spectators, there are not many left. Give me one, it's 100 spirit stones. 10,000 tickets, even if some free tickets are deducted, there are more than 9,000. Yuding Jianj will not say much about anything else. Just this opening ceremony can make nearly 1 million spirit stones from the tickets. This is not to mention the various incomes from the trade fair, auction, and gambling stalls. Luo Chen patiently wandered outside, sometimes going to the gambling stall to take a look, and sometimes listening to people discussing who will win and who will lose under the Jade Disc. This feeling is just like watching the World Cup in the previous life, when the fans compared the players of the two teams one by one. From defense to offense, from the overall situation to personal skills, even the appearance of murderous aura, they can talk about it. Hey, don't say, the atmosphere is pretty good. Time passed quickly, and hundreds of people from the Daijiang gang also arrived halfway. However, they did not stop at all, just took a look at the Jade Disc, and then walked in. Luo Chen focused on Gao Tingyin, the dragon of the river who was being discussed by people. He was a short man with a fierce aura. He looked completely different from the poor Gao Tingyin who was killed by him, making it difficult for people to doubt that they were brothers. Gao Tingyin may have seen the name of his opponent, so his face was very bad. But he couldn't get angry. Being ranked 5th in this key position means that the boss Wang Hao recognizes his strength very much and hopes that he will win a game for the gang. Can he still show his weakness? In this regard, Luo Chen can only say good death. After the monks entered one by one, even some foundation-building monks entered, the number of onlookers outside was still not small. Tens of thousands of people gathered in front of the Jade Disc, waiting for the opening ceremony of the discussion platform to begin. Because the people of Yuding Sword Pavilion said that this Jade Disc was applied with a water mirror technique, and the scene inside would be transmitted synchronously at that time. It is said that in order to maintain the water mirror technique, Yuding Sword Pavilion also arranged 2 foundation-building monks to perform it in turns. Of course, some people were heartbroken because they did not buy the tickets to enter the Jade Ju. After all, the Jade B water mirror technique can only transmit images, without any sound. But the leaked program list said that there would be singing and dancing performances. Just when the crowd was noisy, suddenly, someone raised his arms and shouted, "I have an emergency at home, so I'm selling a ticket to the highest bidder. Thanks to Yanhu's I am in for the 10,000 starting coins reward. Thank you very much for your support." Chapter 59 Luifang Mountain Discussion Platform. I have an emergency at home, so I'm selling a ticket to the highest bidder. Hearing this, the crowd was silent at first. Then, there was a loud bang. 100 spirit stones, give me the ticket, little brother. 100? Brother, you're really cheating me, little brother. I'll give you 101. How, a bunch of poor guys. I'm just late. 150, give me the ticket. Dao, how about 160? That's not a small amount. I'll give you 170. 180, no more. I advise you to stop while you're ahead. There are disciples of the Jading Sword sect watching you. In the center of the crowd, Luo Chen looked embarrassed. If it weren't for the emergency at home, I really don't want to miss this event. Oh, forget it. 180 once, 180 twice, 100. 200. Whoosh! 2 diamond-shaped crystals flew over quickly, and then floated quietly in front of Luo Chen. Middle-grade spirit stones. This is not just 200 low-grade spirit stones. On the black market, it can be sold at a premium of several low-grade spirit stones. Luo Chen looked up and saw a 2-meter-tall, bear-like sturdy man walking over. He said nothing, but stretched out his hand and took the jade pendant from Luo Chen's hand as a ticket. Luo Chen didn't pretend this time and gave it to the other party honestly. He really didn't dare. Even if he called out the price, others probably wouldn't dare to raise the price. It was just because this sturdy man exuded the power of the foundation building period and looked like a human-shaped monster. After getting the ticket, the sturdy man directly entered the passage under the gaze of the crowd. As for Luo Chen, he was watched by many cultivators in the early stage of key refining, and they were full of envy. Just by changing hands once, he made a profit of 100 spirit stones. There is actually such a good business in the world. Luo Chen cupped his hands, didn't say much, and squeezed out of the crowd. After a while, after making sure that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly walked to the entrance of the passage. Passion Gang Teeling, can I go in? The person in charge of selling tickets was a foundation building cultivator, and he stared at Luo Chen with a dim look. The foundation building consciousness scanned the iron plate, confirmed that it was a token that could be used as a free family ticket, and waved his hand. Go in. Luo Chen lowered his head and ran in. What kind of quality is that? Although you are in the foundation building period, you are just a ticket seller now. Shouldn't you be polite to customers like me? Without any professional qualities, this discussion platform will sooner or later go bankrupt. While muttering, Luo Chen ran Xiao Ao and Yufeng Ju and moved forward at a very fast speed. This passage is really too long. The passage with transparent glass is wide and long. When Luo Chen came out of the passage, he felt as if he had run from the outer city to the inner city. However, when he saw the scene of the discussion platform, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Is this the discussion platform? As far as the eye can see, a high platform stands in the center of the venue, and behind it is a stone tablet that is 100 feet high. The stone tablet was huge and towering, and at the same time it exuded a powerful aura, as if it could capture souls. Magical weapon. That stone tablet was actually a magical weapon. The list of the prodigies. Luo Chen blinked and looked to both sides. The stands on both sides seemed to be carved out of the mountain wall, with stone chairs lined up one after another, with a total of tens of thousands. In between, there were 10 places at the highest position, separated by walls and formations, and outsiders could not see the true appearance of them. A sense of déjà vu came over him. Isn't this just an enlarged version of a football field? No, it's a gladiatorial arena for immortal cultivation. The Jade Ding Sword sect really hollowed out Luofang Mountain, otherwise how could there be such a large space to build a discussion platform? Luo Chen complained a few words, looked around, and then ran towards the east stand. There were many spectators on the road, and most of them were cultivators from other places. The local cultivators had limited spending power, and it was estimated that at most thousands of tickets were consumed, and the main force was the local tyrants from other places. When passing by a stand, Luo Chen quickened his pace without saying a word. This was because this stand was where the members of the Daijiang gang gathered. When will the fight start? Brother Gao will definitely beat the guy with a broken knife. By the way, who is Min Long Gao? Does our Daijiang gang have such a person? Can he beat Tan Deng, the heart-eating tiger? Who knows? I only know that Yang Russian is very strong. He's a well-known independent cultivator in Xianai market. I hope he can win. I bet 200 spirit stones on our Daijiang gang to win. A bunch of losers. Sooner or later, they will be ruined by gambling. Luo Chen cursed inwardly, and then he was stopped. Dao, this is the stand of our Passion gang. Please go to other places to watch the ceremony. Luo Chen took out the iron plate calmly. The man looked at it and couldn't help but exclaimed. It's actually Wang Hufa's token. When did he accept a younger brother? After carefully looking at Luo Chen, he said, come with me. Luo Chen was a little nervous and followed him closely. Walking up the aisle, they soon reached the highest point. Boss, this person seems to be a member of our gang, holding Wang Hufa's token, but I have never seen this person. Mi Shuhu looked over and his kind eyes fell on Luo Chen. Luo Chen handed over the iron plate without hesitation. This was what Wang Yuan gave him when he went to his first home. He also said that from now on, Wang Yuan would protect him. It's Xiao Luo, you actually joined the Passion gang too. The one who spoke was Murin Kinglian, who was sitting next to him. Luo Chen smiled and said, Wang Yuan is my eldest brother. I forgot to tell you before. Mi Shuhui checked the iron plate and nodded. Just sit next to King Lian. Luo Chen nodded repeatedly and came to Murin King Lian. After sitting down, he was quite curious and looked forward to the scene of the huge crowd. Next to him, there was not only Murin King Lian, but also a young man with a white face. Are you Wang Yuan's younger brother? A cold voice came, with a hint of unkindness. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Brother, if you have a grudge against brother Wang, don't drag me down. I don't like any slapping scenes. Yuan, be polite to Xiao Luo. Murin King Lian scolded. Unexpectedly, the young man did not dare to disobey. I just want to get close to him, but I didn't expect that he has a relationship with you, sister-in-law. Murin King Lian said lightly, he is the younger brother of your sworn brother and our neighbor. In the future, you really have to get closer to him in the gang. Qin Lianjin's sworn brother? This thought flashed through Luo Chen's mind. At the same time, a voice transmission gently reached his ears. Yulin is now the head of the Seven Tigers Hall of the Pashan Gang, and he inherited Lao Qin's name of Broken Jade Tiger. Originally, he was going to fight this time. But your elder brother Wang Yuan rose quickly, so he grabbed a spot, and he might be a little dissatisfied. But don't worry, with me and Lao Qin here, he dare not do anything to you. It was Murin King Lian's voice. Luo Chen looked at the other party gratefully and nodded. After all this time, I didn't realize that I have a high status in the Pashan Gang. What kind of guardian is my elder brother Wang Yuan? The neighbor couple seems to have a high status in the gang. Just when he was thinking about these things, white mist suddenly appeared in all directions in the field. The cold and clear temperature seemed to soothe everyone's restless thoughts. Then in the white mist, a clear piano sound suddenly rang out. Then, a graceful figure in a wide-sleeved fairy skirt flew out of the white mist. Luo Chen opened his eyes wide. Isn't that Gu Kai? Thanks to the bug friend 20221227154625445 for the 100 starting coins reward support. Chapter 60, Deathmatch begins. After the dance, the whole audience cheered loudly. Luo Chen clapped his hands until they turned red. This is Gu Kai, my neighbor's sister. I am honored. Murin King Lian also smiled and applauded. Kai's dancing skills are getting better and better. Just a solo dance is so amazing. I am afraid that she will surpass Miss Xiang Xiang in the future and become famous in Dahofang. As for the other audiences, they also praised her. It is hard to imagine the magnificent effect of applying magic to dance. For some monks who struggle to practice all day long, such a graceful dance may never be seen once in their lives. The white mist gradually dissipated. Unknowingly, a figure has stood on the discussion platform. He was dressed in a golden robe, with a majestic face and a pair of stern eyes. He bowed to the four directions. I am Pang Rengshan. Thank you all for participating in the opening ceremony of the Dahofang discussion platform. The whole audience was silent, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. It was because that person exuded a tremendous momentum and was as sharp as a sword. He is a genuine sword cultivator, a jading sword cultivator. For such a person, a group of low-level cultivators, no matter how they react, are afraid of offending the other party. Pang Rengshan didn't seem to care about other people's opinions. After saying a few simple words, he pointed his finger like a sword, and a stream of magic power directly hit the huge monument that was 100 feet high behind him. Inspired by the magic power, the discussion platform made a rumbling sound. The power from the formation pulled the spirit veins to spread the spiritual energy and completely stimulated the monument. The three gilded characters of the Xianjiao list shone brightly. One by one, the blurred names appeared and disappeared, and then gradually became clear. The first in Jinden, Ren Pingsheng of Yuding Sword Sect, the first in Foundation Building, Lin Kingsun of Yuding Sword Sect, the first in Key Refining, Han Zheng of Lauren Sect. Looking at the three most shining names, the tens of thousands of spectators in the audience were in an uproar. Then, there was a discussion. Especially for the cultivators who have lived in remote places like Dahofeng for a long time, this is their first time to see the outside world's Xianjiao figures. They had no idea how powerful a person who could be praised as the best in the same realm was. Then the next moment, Pang Rengshan's voice sounded again. The discussion stage is open, and the list of the best is up. Anyone who is interested in competing in the Great Way can go on stage to discuss the way and leave their name on the list. Each winner can get a designated item from the loser as a trophy, and at the same time get an appearance fee of the corresponding realm. The higher the ranking, the more generous rewards my sword sect will give to the one who ranks higher every year. Separate cultivators can also compete. If they perform well, they can join my sword sect and receive the same treatment as the disciples in the sect. With his introduction, everyone got to know more about the discussion stage. Similarly, they also knew the function of the list of the best. If you use the spiritual eye technique, you can check the hidden battle records of those who are on the list through the list of the best. Many people subconsciously checked it and then exclaimed. Luo Chen was also very curious about what kind of person could be called the best in key refining. Therefore, he deliberately looked at the battle record of Hanzheng from the Luo sect. Then he took a breath of cold air after seeing it. 32 battles with the same level, no defeat. Participated in the foundation building battle, 3 wins and 5 losses. If this person is not the best in key refining, who can be called the best? While he was amazed, Mi Shuhua, who was sitting in the center, shook his head and sighed. For cultivators of our generation, what we cultivate and fight for is immortality. This kind of behavior of dominating only by fighting power is somewhat biased towards the devil's way. Luo Chen blinked, and his excitement subsided a lot. Too many battles do affect the cultivation of cultivators, and in the long run, it is not conducive to immortality. However, there are other understandings. This thing is also a kind of upward channel for casual cultivators. As long as you fight for a fame and style, you can not only get rewards, but also be favored by major sects. If you can join a sect, you may be able to get rid of the dilemma of casual cultivation, and from then on you will have a sect background and guidance from masters. At worst, joining a certain immortal cultivation family and becoming a worship elder is better than practicing alone. Of course, the premise is to have good combat power. Pang Rengshan did not stay on the stage for long. As a giant and master, he announced the opening ceremony. The prepared programs were performed one after another. Among them, 3 programs of foundation building monks fighting against second-level monsters were simply exciting. It is said that in the future, sword sect will deliberately capture some first-level and second-level monsters as opponents for the monks to fight. If the increasing number of prisoners in Stanley Prison is added, there are quite a few fighting programs in the early development of the Taoism platform. As long as it continues to operate and cultivates the monks' warlike atmosphere, a place like Taoism platform will definitely make spiritual stones. While Luo Chen was watching the program, he was also observing the expressions of the surrounding Pashan gang members. Although they were also amazed at those blood-stirring programs, there was still a reservation between their eyebrows. Sure enough, family members are still most concerned about their own affairs. And this family matter is the last main program of today's opening ceremony. 18 death battles. A familiar figure rode a flying sword onto the Taoism platform. Miao Zhen, the outer sect deacon of the Jade Tripod Sword sect, is now the head of the Jade Tripod Sword Pavilion. He is an old acquaintance. He was the one who appeared in the previous programs when the two sides needed to be described. This time, his appearance on the stage also announced that the last and bloodiest show was about to begin. There are some minor conflicts between the Pashan gang and the Dejiang gang in Daofang. Today, we will use the discussion stage to decide the winner. Fellow Daoists, please be a witness. Each of the 2 gangs will send 9 people. Under the foundation building stage, there is no limit to the means. Unlike the conventional discussion, this battle is only about life and death. Haha, if you have any conflicts in the future, you can also contact our sect's discussion stages in various markets in big cities. We will definitely help you make proper arrangements. After a little publicity, Miao Zhen's face became serious. Now, the first battle begins. Han Dang of the Pashan gang versus Min Longgao of the Dejiang gang. After he finished speaking, he withdrew from the discussion stage. On both sides of the huge stone platform, 2 figures slowly emerged, and a light shield containing huge spiritual energy, like an inverted bowl, directly closed the stone platform. Only the winner can walk down the discussion platform. On the stands, the members of the 2 gangs no longer had any scruples and cheered loudly for their members. Especially the people of the Pashan gang. They were most familiar with Han Dang, and their shouts shook the world. Master Han, kill him. Kill that man, and the heart-eating tiger will be invincible in the world. The voices from the outside world did not affect the people inside at all. The 2 looked at each other, without any nonsense, and each used their own methods. The battle broke out instantly. On the stands, Luo Chen stared at the direction of the battle intently. He was very curious about how these cultivators in the late stage of key refining used their methods to fight the enemy. He was also very familiar with the name of the heart-eating tiger Handang. The 7 halls of the Pashangang each had 7 cultivators in the late stage of key refining. Over the years, the cultivators of Dahofeng also made a lot of comments on these 7 people. Among them, Handang was the one with the highest realm and the most ruthless means among the 7 tigers. From his participation in the first battle, it can be seen how much Mishuho trusted him. However, at the beginning of the battle, the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Min Longyu, who came from nowhere, was actually a formation master. First, he leisurely offered a defensive talisman, and then threw formation flags in all directions. Handang attacked the defensive talismans continuously, making the light shield shaky, but it did not affect the opponent at all. He turned around to destroy the formation flags. With his means, dozens of flags were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Just when he felt that the overall situation was settled and was about to turn back to break the turtle cover, something strange happened. The broken formation flags emitted golden light, and hundreds of golden blades crisscrossed and began to kill him continuously. Handang also unfolded his own defensive magic weapon, but in the golden blades, he was just struggling to survive. Everyone knew that he would not be able to hold on for long. Mishuho's kind smile disappeared, his face was as gloomy as water, and he looked towards the Daijiang gang. Coincidentally, Wang Heichao also looked over. Is this also from your Daijiang gang? Brother Mi, didn't you know it long ago? Why are you acting like you can't afford to lose? Humph, who'll win or lose is still unknown. That's what he said, but Handang's heart-wrenching scream on the stage made his eyelids tremble. The body was torn into pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. This was the fate of the once famous heart-eating tiger. The hundreds of members of the Pashangang were silent. In contrast, the whole audience cheered excitedly. After all, people's sorrows and joys are different. Luo Chen sat there, and his scalp tingled. Handang's state of great perfection in key training cannot be faked. The top-grade flying sword, the top-grade defensive magic weapon, and the strong magic power can be said to have a solid foundation. There is nothing wrong with his means of dealing with the enemy. However, in that strange battle, apart from the advantage at the beginning, he had almost no ability to fight back. Is this the power of the formation master? When he was sighing, he saw Murin Kinglian next to him, clenching his 10 fingers together tightly. Chapter 61 Xiang Xiang Lao, remembered to give me a monthly subscription. Her gentle and virtuous temperament was now filled with deep worry. Luo Chen probably knew what the other party was feeling. Min Longyu's performance just now was really weird. It seemed that he was setting up a formation with formation flags, but the way to trigger the formation flags was not to connect them together. Instead, it was a kind of destructive counterattack formation. The enemy didn't know the details and subconsciously destroyed the formation flags, which accelerated the formation of the Golden Blade formation. Handang was no match for this kind of method. The 9 monks of the Pashangang would be in trouble if they encountered it. Now, the opening victory that the Pashangang had been longing for was gone. Instead, the Daijiang gang had the upper hand. I hope the next battle will go smoothly. Luo Chen sighed in his heart. He had already stood on the side of the Pashangang and subconsciously hoped that they could win. In the subsequent 3 games, the direction of the battle was not beyond the expectations of many people. It was because the 3 people sent by the Daijiang gang were all members of the gang, and the monks of Dahofeng knew them all. The scene was not so tragic. Perhaps after seeing Handang's fate, the hallmaster sent by the Pashangang was more reliable. The second one was Luo Wudi, who was called Zai Shenhu. His surname was also Luo, and he was considered Luo Chen's relative. His performance was exactly the same as his name. Just like a tiger coming down the mountain, he launched a fierce attack on the enemy. It took less than 3 minutes to win. The third battle was also won by Long Panhu. The winning method was a top-grade magic weapon. According to Murin Kinglian's explanation, it was often used by Mishuhua, and he borrowed it specially this time. Fortunately, he won. If he lost, this top-grade magic weapon would become the opponent's trophy. In the fourth battle, Luo Chen became interested. It was just because the person on the field was his old customer, who had asked for a fellow Taoist. And the one who fought against him was also the only female cultivator among the 18 people, the Rakshasa girl of the Daijiang gang. Sister-in-law, what do you think of this battle? Because the Pashangang won 2 games in a row, The previous low mood also improved a lot. Murin Kinglian lifted her hair and said with a smile, as long as they are from the Daijiang gang, we can basically take them down. This is true. The cultivators of the Pashan gang have been fighting monsters in the mountains all year round. They have rich combat experience among their peers. The Daijiang gang travels by water all year round. Although they also encounter monsters and robbers, most of the battles are on the water. Some unique skills are often not as effective as expected in this limited environment of the Taoism discussion platform. Fellow Zhengwen has good combat power, but he was injured in his Danshan in his early years, so his Taoism was cut off. People only think that he has given up on himself and is obsessed with beauty all day long. But they don't know that he has already honed all kinds of combat methods in the key refining stage. Sending a woman to the field now, I'm afraid it's a bit of an underestimation of him. Murin Kinglian talked freely, and his words showed confidence in Zheng Wen. I didn't expect that old ladybug to make people feel so safe. Luo Chen was filled with emotion. As expected, he had a deep prejudice against him. Next time I sell the Zongmiao pills, I must give a discount to Zheng Dao. On the stage, facing the Rakshasa woman, Zheng Wen smiled. You Daijiang gang are willing to send such a beauty to kill me. It's a pity that I, who always loved flowers, am afraid that I will have to destroy them today. The Rakshasa woman is as beautiful as her name. Especially the pair of headlights, which are so bright that they blind people's eyes. Facing Zheng Wen's teasing, her face was as cold as frost. Today, I will let you die under the peony flowers and become a ghost. As soon as the words fell, a full moon flying knife magic weapon was thrown directly, and several talismans were activated at the same time. Zheng Wen on the opposite side was not in a hurry. He activated the defensive magic weapon and activated the defense of the top-grade robe at the same time. He even shot out a golden light shield in his hand. The triple defense is as steady as an old dog. Even Luo Chen couldn't help but take a breath when he saw it. His soul-breaking nails might not be able to penetrate such a tight defense. The full moon flying knife was extremely sharp, but after several collisions, it could not hurt Zheng Wen. As for the fireballs and wind blades displayed by the talismans, under the guidance of the full moon flying knife, they only penetrated 2 layers of defense. When they landed on the robe, it was just a breeze. Zheng Wen smiled and his hands kept moving. It was his turn to attack. 9 talismans were played in an orderly manner. The rules limit the use of only 10 talismans, and he just used up all of them now. While the Rakshasa woman was exhausted, he pinched the spiritual formula with his hands, and a mud swamp technique took shape. The ground suddenly turned into a swamp, which was extremely soft and rotten, and countless big hands stretched out from it, trying to pull the enemy into it. The Rakshasa woman was forced to fly into the sky. However, there was a shadow in the sky. Unknowingly, Zheng Wen's top-grade attack weapon had already been in place. A huge yellow brick was hid on the head. Bang! The man and the shield were directly smashed into the mud. Countless big hands grabbed up, and in just a few breaths, the Rakshasa woman was torn into mud. What a pity, we have to compete on the same stage in such a place. If we change to another place, we will definitely fight you for 300 rounds. This time, it's really a bit fast. Zheng Wen's face was a little pale, and his smile was very forced. He almost couldn't hold on even with his magic power after performing so many methods in one breath. But at least, he won. He turned around and shouted to the stands where the Pashan gang was, "Old me, Bigu has lived up to your trust today. You promised me a monthly subscription for Xiang Lao, so you can't cheat me." After saying that, he staggered down the discussion platform. In the stands, Mi Shuho's face was already full of smiles. He had won 3 games in a row and was already stable. The other spectators were even more excited and screamed. Although this battle was a one-sided advantage, Zheng Wen's methods were neither hurried nor slow, and were rigorous and thoughtful. There were talismans, defensive magic weapons, offensive magic weapons, and the use of spells, and there was also verbal stimulation before the battle. It can be said that it perfectly demonstrates most of the means that a cultivator in the key refining stage can use. After reading it, many cultivators were thoughtful. They felt that they could learn from this fighting method and coordinate their combat power tightly. Luo Chen was also very excited. After he had sorted out Zheng Wen's means, he felt that it would be difficult for anyone to escape the fate of the Rakshasa woman. First defend and be invincible. Then smash a large number of talismans to force the opponent to deal with it. Then use the swamp technique to close the retreat and force the opponent to go to the direction of the attacking magic weapon that was secretly activated. Finally, the yellow brick smashed and laid the foundation for victory. It was stable, accurate, and cruel. Of course, this set of attacks also has flaws. If the enemy has a powerful attack method, it is easy to suppress the enemy in the initial stage. If there is a strange magic weapon that can change the situation, such as the formation flag of the man in the first game, it can also turn defeat into victory. But in general, this set of tactical ideas can be learned. The time when laymen watched the excitement and experts saw the doorway did not last too long. Because the crucial fifth battle is about to begin. For this battle, the Pashan gang is confident. The name of Su Renki, the Broken Blade, is well known in several markets. This kind of wandering cultivator has many means, strong combat power, and no lack of courage to fight with his life. His opponent, Gotingin, the Dragon of the River, is much inferior, but he is only a little famous on the Langkang River. Compared with the confidence of the Pashan gang, the atmosphere on the Daejiang gang side is depressing. The opening victory was indeed won. But the follow-up was not read at all, and they lost 3 games in a row, and they were all numb. Fellow Taoist Wang, it seems that the elites in your gang are not very good. Wang Haichao's face was a little ugly when he heard the voice. For this battle, his Daejiang gang sent out 5 people, and Lianian Merchant Alliance supported 4 people. He arranged the order of appearance before. Except for the first game where Min Longgayu of Lianian Merchant Alliance played, the next 5 people were all from the Daejiang gang, and the remaining cultivators of Lianian Merchant Alliance were arranged at the end. This arrangement was also intended to give his people a chance. As long as he wins 1 or 2 more games, he can speak more confidently when cooperating with Lianian Business Alliance in the future. But now, he has lost 3 games in a row. The first 2 were fine, and he didn't hold out any hope. But Luo Chen lost so easily that he didn't expect it. It was said that Bigu had been cut off from the path of Taoism, and he didn't seek to make progress. He indulged in women all day long, and his strength had long been reduced to 9 out of 10. Luo Chen's full moon flying knife was a top-grade strange magic weapon he gave to her. It was bought from Wanbao Tower that year, and it cost more than 3,000 spirit stones. But it didn't work, and now it belongs to someone else. Although he was angry, he was not too panicked in his heart. Elder Joe, didn't you calculate it before? You can win 7 out of 9 games. Now Luo Chen just lost 1 more game, and the rest will not lose a single game. Faced with his confidence, Elder Joe, who was in an unknown stand, laughed. Are you so sure? As far as I know, Su Renki's broken sword is a fragment of a magic weapon. Even if it can only trigger 1% of its power, it is not something your men can resist. Wang Haichao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. No matter how powerful the fragment of a magic weapon is, can it be as strong as a spirit stone? Oh, it seems you have been prepared. Then I will wait and see. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. I'll give you the 9th inning. Silence, deathly silence. Amid the roaring cheers of the 10,000 people in the Luofang Mountain spectator stand, there was an area that was completely silent. On the spectator stand, the body of Su Renki, the broken knife, lay there quietly. After a long time, someone spoke dryly. How could he lose? As soon as these words came out, everyone seemed to come back to their senses. Yes, how could he lose? Su Renki was so strong, with the name of Broken Knife, one of the 2 guardians of the Pashan gang, and he had wandered through many markets and made a great reputation. But just now, he actually lost to Gaotingyun, who they looked down upon. Zheng Wen, who had returned to the spectator stand, had a slightly ruddy complexion. He said in disbelief, just now, Su Renki activated the broken knife, which had already shown a trace of the power of the magic weapon, and it really cut Gaotingyun. Why didn't Gaotingyun die? In the face of such means, even if Zheng Wen performed beyond his level, he could not win. But Gaotingyun won and survived. Mi Shuhe frowned, staring at the weak short man sitting on the ground on the discussion platform. After a long time, he said uncertainly, substitute puppet. Huh? Murin Kinglian was surprised, as if he had thought of something. He actually has a substitute puppet. On the discussion platform, Gaotinggao looked panicked and sat on the ground. He muttered to himself, his body trembling. Before going on stage, didn't we agree to win at will? Why did he want to kill me? Magic weapon, it is definitely far beyond the best magic weapon, close to the power of magic weapon. If I didn't have a substitute puppet from Luo Chen sect, I would have died just now. He covered his lower abdomen with his hand. There was no wound, but the bright red blood was constantly seeping out through the skin. The dentin was broken. There was a hole in the sea of qi, and the spiritual power was leaking out uncontrollably. Even if he used the magic elixir to fill the hole in the future, I am afraid that he would never be able to build a foundation in this life. This was caused by a trace of sword energy containing the power of a magic weapon. It was not caused by an external attack, but by the sword energy penetrating into the dentin and stirring up the spiritual energy. Hey, he actually has a puppet from the Luo Chen sect. Elder Zhou's surprised voice was so obvious in the voice transmission. Wang Heichao smiled slightly, did not reply, and clapped his hands lightly. Under his leadership, the members of the Daijiang gang clapped wildly and cheered loudly. He is worthy of being the #1 key refining master in our gang. Even the broken sword with the fragments of the magic weapon was not his. Han Jianglong is invincible. He should be on the Xianjiao list. Long live the Daijiang gang. When Gao Tinggao came to the stands weekly, he was praised by the whole gang. Even the gang leader Wang Heichao, who was in the foundation building stage, gave him a warm welcome. Is he seriously injured? Oh, his key C is broken. Come here, I have a key enhancing pill here, you can use it first. Don't be polite to me, we are all family. Gao Tinggao lowered his head, clutching the key enhancing pill, shaking with anger. How dare you, old man, plot against me like this? Outsiders would only think that he was excited because of the favor of the gang leader. Look, how respectful and sincere our gang leader is. Su Renqi's body has been collected and buried in the mausoleum behind the main altar. Our brothers in the Pashan gang are not homeless ghosts, they also have a place to rest after death. Mi Shuhe arranged Su Renqi's funeral properly. The gang members were also moved when they heard it. In this life, it is not easy to be a casual cultivator, and it is definitely a blessing to be able to follow such a boss. Mi Shuhe sighed, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. He was really uneasy that he did not win the match point game for the 4th victory. Broken Blade, who was highly expected by the Daijiang gang, fell at the feet of Han Jianglong. About 90% of people would not have thought that this would be the result. Su Renqi, a man he was very optimistic about, died on the discussion platform that had just opened. That was the match point game, and the 2 strongest guardians appeared. Now, although they still won 3 games, they have fewer and fewer cards in their hands. On the Daijiang gang side, the following people are all foreign aides like Min Longai who appeared first. The next game should be Feng Linhu. In the 6th game, Feng Linhu of the Pashan gang faced Gongsun Changji of the Daijiang gang. The battle process was very brief. When Gongsun Changji sacrificed the azure flying sword, Feng Linhu's death was announced. It was the sword of the foundation building cultivator Wang Heichao, a top-grade magic weapon. Mi Shuhe's eyelids twitched, watching the gang members go to collect Feng Linhu's body. In the next game, can Yu Jianhu win? The answer is no. He was facing Yang Rushan, a famous key refining casual cultivator in Xianyafang. Or rather, Yang Rushan was not a casual cultivator at all. He was born in a family of immortal cultivators. It was only because his family was destroyed that he was forced to become a casual cultivator. But his wealth was not comparable to that of ordinary key refining cultivators. 2 magic weapons exploded in succession, and Yu Jianhu, who was famous for his body movements, was smashed into pieces. This time, even collecting corpses was impossible. The record of the Pashan gang has been ups and downs, from 1 loss, 3 wins, to the current 3 consecutive losses. Now even the key match point has been taken. If they lose the next game, this death match will be declared over. Mi Shuhe looked at Murin Kinglian with a heavy heart. Murin Kinglian smiled slightly. Old Kin will try his best. Luo Chen, who was sitting next to him, saw it clearly. How complicated was that smile? There was trust, hope, worry, and even sorrow and fear mixed in it. He had never seen such a smile in his 2 lives. Even the best actor would not be able to interpret such a complex smile. K. Yulin, the new generation of Broken Jade Tiger, clenched his hands and clenched his teeth. He knew that it was not so much the rapidly rising Wang Yuan who snatched his place on the stage, but actually his sworn brother Qin Liangzhen who played for him. If it weren't for this time, he should have played in the next game. But this time, the foreign aides found by the Daijiang gang were stronger than each other. If he really played, he would either be strangled to pieces like Han Dang, or be blown into powder like Yu Jianhu. He dared not imagine such a scene. He was still young and his path to cultivation had just begun. The fear in his heart, the worry about his elder brother, and the tragic deaths of the brothers before him made his mind confused. I came to the world of cultivation to cultivate. Why am I like I used to hang out in the rivers and lakes? It shouldn't be like this. What about the agreed Wu Yi Kingxiu? In the underground palace below the Taoism platform, Qin Liangzhen and Wang Yuan stood and sat. The two were not familiar with each other, and they were just nodding acquaintances. The Qin family has its own small business, usually selling spirit fish and beating children, and their lives are prosperous. Wang Yuan travels back and forth between the Sangxiu market and the Guiyuan mountains, living the life of an ascetic monk. At this moment, Qin Liangzhen did not even turn his head, and his brand new purple robe fluttered in the wind. Outside, a huge voice rang out. The 8th battle, Qin Liangzhen of the Pashan gang versus Bigu of the Daijiang gang. Qin Liangzhen took a deep breath, strode out, and left a word at the same time. I will fight you the 9th battle. Wang Yuan closed his eyes, and his eyelids trembled at this moment, but he did not open them after all. Thanks to the following brothers for their rewards, Xianwen has a big treasure 500 starting coins, KK Wenputing 100 starting coins, Wiwan Kingin 100 starting coins, Biao Kiss and Anangui 100 starting coins, Fiction Fantasy 100 starting coins, and Book Friend 20230125203913459's 100 starting coins. Thank you for your support. The author will update at 0:30 and 8 o'clock every day. Chapter 63 Swordball. Wearing a purple robe and a white shirt, at this moment, he became the focus of everyone in the audience. There were huge crowds of people, cheering and cheering. However, all this did not affect the two people on the stage at all. I have always heard that the cultivators of your Daofang are the best at fighting, but today, I am quite disappointed. Bigu played with a small red ball in his hand, with a playful look on his face. In the previous 7 battles, except for that sick tiger Zheng Wen, no one was worthy of my attention. You are not worse than him, right? The tall Qin Liangzhen looked up with great disdain. Zheng Wen? He is not worthy of being compared with me. He tried to snatch a woman from me, and I beat him so hard that he ran away in panic. Biku's eyes lit up. So, you are quite capable. That was the look of excitement at the sight of prey. Qin Liangzhen did not like this look. He had always treated monsters and casual cultivators as prey. A golden mace suddenly flew out. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The golden mace, with great force and heaviness, suddenly smashed out, and its majestic power overwhelmed people's hearts. Bigu was not in a hurry, and threw the red ball in his hand upwards. Instantly, the sky was full of sword light, and murderous intent burst out. Just a glance, the sword light was like silk crisscrossing, wrapping the golden mace tightly. The extreme cutting force burst out, and the golden mace instantly broke apart, turning into countless fragments and swaying in all directions. Sword pill. Qin Liangzhen's face changed drastically. Hey, it's actually the sword pill of our sect. Luo Chen was surprised at the most luxurious stand. Pang Rengshan, the golden pill master who had been closing his eyes to rest, couldn't help but open his eyes. He just glanced at it, shook his head, and closed his eyes again. From beginning to end, no comments were made. Luo Chen didn't care. Of course, the elders didn't like the key refining cultivator's sword pill. He was very interested in watching it. However, after watching the 2 rounds carefully, he also frowned. He is a crooked person who is not worthy of being called a sword cultivator. When the sword ball appeared, almost everyone with some knowledge cast their eyes on the stands of the Jade Tripod Sword sect. However, no Jade Tripod Sword cultivator spoke. Even some of the key refining sect members who came to help were shocked and then angry. The spectators did not know what was going on, so they had to turn their attention back to the discussion stage. Under the sword silk, the cultivator of the Pashan gang struggled to hold on, and his purple robe was full of cuts. That purple robe should be a top-grade defensive robe. The Pashan gang has made a big investment and even brought out such a good thing. But in front of a sharp weapon like the sword ball, I'm afraid it won't last a few rounds. This man is in danger. Everyone can see Qin Liangjun's condition clearly. No matter what magic weapon he sacrificed, it would be shattered in just 2 or 3 breaths under the sword light like rain and silk. In the stands where the Pashan gang was, Murin King Lian had already stood up nervously. She bit her teeth lightly, and her body trembled. Uncle me, can Liangjun win? Mi Shuho's face was solemn. The opponent used a sword pill, which has unparalleled attack power among magic weapons, but with a purple river robe I gave him, Liangjun was safe for a while. But if you defend for too long, you will lose. Liangjun must launch a counterattack. Can he fight back? Under the red sword light all over the sky, how many more key refining monks can break through the encirclement? Luo Chen's heart was pounding. There are actually such magic weapons in the world. No, or the sword pill is no longer a magic weapon. Strictly speaking, each sword pill of the Yuding sword sect can be regarded as a magic weapon embryo. As long as the monk uses spiritual consciousness and magic power to nourish it every day, when he advances to the golden core stage, he can refine it with true fire and upgrade it to a magic weapon. This kind of weapon cannot be defended even with a top-grade defensive robe. Brother Qin, how can I break the situation? If I encounter such an enemy in the future, how can I resist it? Break the situation? Qin Liangjun's hair and beard were offline, and he took out another magic weapon. Bigu, who was opposite, saw this scene and laughed wildly. Such a low-quality magic weapon is useless to my sword pill. Qin Liangjun was unmoved. As soon as the magic weapon was sacrificed, he used his huge spiritual power to destroy the magic array engraved on it. Boom! The magic weapon exploded instantly. The huge power immediately swept away the sword light in the sky for a moment. This move of his was clearly learned from Yang Rusheng's fighting style in the last game. Opportunity. Qin Liangjun seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Bigu showed a sneer on his face, as if he had known that there was such a weakness. The sword light was scattered and the power was not condensed enough. But he was prepared. 10 fingers tapped continuously, and blood sprayed out from his fingertips. The sword light in the air suddenly condensed into one, turning into a blood-colored giant sword that cut down on his head. The method of blood refining. When he used this move, many people were relieved. No wonder he could control the sword pill that only the cultivators in the foundation building stage could barely master at the key refining stage. The blood refining method can indeed do it. But doing so will hurt yourself and the sword ball even more. The embryo that could have been promoted to a magic weapon will never be able to advance from now on, and can only be used as a top-grade attack magic weapon. No wonder the people of Yuding sword sect showed disdain and even anger. Using such an inferior method is an insult to the sword ball of Yuding sword sect. They were relieved. But what Qin Liangjun faced was a real life and death crisis. Facing the blood-colored giant sword that was chopped off his head, Qin Liangjun's eyes widened and he rushed forward desperately. There is only this chance. Even if it means death, we must seize it. A jade-lighted palm was raised and grasped the sword light. A scream came from his mouth, and a sword ball in his palm trembled wildly. The purple robe continued to emit purple light, trying to resist the bursting sword light, but how could it resist the power of the magic weapon embryo? In less than 3 breaths, the purple light dissipated. What followed was the sound of an explosion. Bang! 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 Starting from the palm, Qin Liangjun's flesh and blood began to disintegrate bit by bit. Bigu on the opposite side sneered. He had never seen such a stupid person who dared to use his flesh and blood to take the sword ball's killing move. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. In 3 breaths, the opponent was very close to him. Bang! Another explosion sounded. What he saw was not a look of despair and pain, but a hideous and terrifying face. The only remaining left hand, with a white jade color, was raised high. Then it was cut down. Bigu fell to the ground in astonishment, and at the same time, the red sword ball fell, with countless silk threads entangled on it. Qin Liangjun gasped and laughed grimly. Why do you think I'm called Broken Jade Tiger? He didn't know when he had put on a white glove on his left hand. Just now, it was with this magic weapon that he split Bigu's body from a distance of 10 feet. For this, the price Qin Liangjun paid was that his right hand, from the palm to the arm, was cut into pieces. Everyone looked at the one-armed man on the stage, who only had one hand left. At his feet was Bigu, who was split in half. The battle of key refining could be so brutal. At some point, Miao Zhen had landed on the stage. Shaking his head, he reached out and grabbed the sword ball, which fell into his hand. In this battle, Qin Liangzhen of the Pashangang won. After announcing the result, he said lightly, "This sword ball and all the spoils on this person belong to my Yuding sword sect." Qin Liangzhen's mind was a little groggy now. He raised his head when he heard that someone was trying to rob his spoils. "Your hand is broken, we will help you replace it with a suitable hand. In addition, we will give you another 10,000 spirit stones. Okay, you can go down." Oh, hearing that he could take over a novice, Qin Liangzhen was still conscious, and responded groggily, and left the discussion platform. When he walked to the door, Murin King Lian was already waiting there. He grinned and uttered a few words. "I'm back." Chapter 64 The Ninth Battle. Fellow Taoist Wang, is this what you said about never losing even once? Something unexpected happened. Mi Shuho is willing to lend me the top-grade defensive robe. Both sides took this battle very seriously. Mi Shuho paid a lot. Not only did he give a foundation-building pill as a reward, he also gave 2 of his top-grade magic weapons. Wang Heichao prepared a top-grade strange magic weapon, the Crescent Moon Scimitar, and a top-grade water-attributed flying sword for his men. He did his best. The Lianian Merchant Alliance was rich and powerful. In addition to the strange formation flags in the first match, the sword pill in Biki's hand this time was even more valuable. It was a pity that the sword pill after blood refining could no longer be considered a magic weapon embryo in the strict sense. At most, it could only be regarded as a top-grade attack magic weapon. In addition to the effect of sword light turning into silk and condensing into one, it could be a strange weapon. But in the final analysis, it was still within the scope of magic weapons. As long as it was still within the scope, the top-grade defensive robe could resist 1 or 2, thus freeing up enough time and space for the battle. This is also why the price of defensive magic weapons is always high and far more popular than offensive magic weapons. After a long time, the voice transmission came again. "There are too many accidents. The last battle must be won," Wang Heichao said firmly. "Are you sure there will be no accidents? Isn't Xiao Wuan one of yours? Don't you have confidence?" "Oh, it's not that I don't have confidence in him, but I don't have confidence in your intelligence collection ability." Wang Heichao was speechless for a moment. In this battle, their chances of winning are undoubtedly very high. Whether it is Min Longai who appeared first, or Yang Rushing and Bai Qi, they all have the top combat power of the 9th level of key refining. If Gao Tingyun, Luo Chen, and the member he bestowed the top-grade magic weapon are added, there will be 6 games that are sure to win. However, due to the error of intelligence, Luo Chen was defeated by the sick tiger Zheng Wen, and Bai Qi died at the hands of the broken jade tiger Qin Liangzhen. 2 wins were lost for nothing. It is no wonder that Elder Zhou of Lianian Business Alliance began to distrust him. Don't worry, there will be no surprises in the last battle. Wang Yuan has been practicing for too short a time. Although he is powerful, his realm is too low, only the 7th level of key refining. Otherwise, Mi Shuho would not have put him last. But he and Su Renki, who has the fragments of the magic weapon, are both guardians of the Pashangang, which shows that he is not weak. Although his combat power is strong, it is only explosive. Xiao Wuan is the best choice among the key refining cultivators, whether it is an instantaneous burst or a sustained battle. Okay. It's a pity. If Xiao Wuan could be defeated without appearing, it would be perfect. However, since he is the last one, he still has to take action. Wang Heichao was helpless. Things had come to this point. What's the point of saying more? He could only strengthen the confidence of his allies. No accidents, believe me. The spiritual consciousness of the foundation-building cultivators can be projected outward, and the sound transmission distance is very long. Communication with each other is a thought. After they finished communicating, Wang Yuan and Xiao Wuan appeared on the Taoism stage. However, when Wang Yuan used the magic weapon, Elder Zhou's shocked and angry voice came again. "Didn't you say there would be no accidents? How come that guy's only at the 8th level of key refining?" Wang Heichao was dumbfounded. His face twitched as if he had been slapped. He said forcefully, "Why are you so angry? What's the difference between the 8th and 7th levels of key refining? The spiritual power in the body is very different from that of a 9th level cultivator." Humph. This time, Elder Zhou was too lazy to talk to him. In a private room, Elder Zhou said to his companion with a gloomy face, I'm afraid Xiao Wuan can't cover it up anymore. When the time comes, we must go to Yuding Sword Sect to protect him. Brother Qin, are you okay? Looking at Qin Liangjun, who was supported, Luo Chen asked with concern. Qin Liangjun took a healing pill and felt better temporarily. Hearing this, he looked at Luo Chen like a silly child. My hand is broken. Do you think I'm okay? Luo Chen smiled and said a few words. It's good to be alive, it's good to be alive. Qin Liangjun didn't care, nodded to Mi Shuhua, and then focused his attention on the court. I won the 9th game for you, don't let me down. There were countless people who paid close attention to the situation on the court like him. Luo Chen was one of them. He had always heard that Wang Yuan was very strong, with a fast rise and strong strength. Among the casual cultivators in Daofang, he was also a legendary figure. But in fact, he had never seen Wang Yuan take action in person. The quick glance at the beginning was just a scene of him holding a knife and a head under the moonlight at night. So how did he make such a big name? Under his gaze, the battle on the discussion stage broke out directly without any nonsense. The snow-like longsword and the crystal-white longsword were both top-grade magic weapons. When they were used, their power was unparalleled. Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh that the small Daofang usually looked like a group of low-level casual cultivators. But those who could become the top few were so extraordinary. Top-grade magic weapons that were rarely seen before appeared one after another today, repeatedly refreshing his understanding of the current environment. Perhaps, it is also related to the rich resources in this world. Of course, he did not know that the top-grade magic weapons that appeared on the field were basically all made by the 2 foundation-building monks and the Lion Merchant Alliance. Compared with the power of the magic weapons, he was more concerned about Wang Yuan's fighting methods. After watching for a while, he could not help but cheer. He is worthy of being my eldest brother. His fighting style is magnificent and grand. No matter whether the opponent uses magic weapons or talismans, he can break them with one sword. Between the opening and closing, the mighty is even more fierce than Qin Liangjun before. Mi Shuhua in front of him clearly breathed a sigh of relief. It's worth it that I found this dragon-slaying sword for Wang Yuan. With the power of the magic weapon and his previous understanding of the sword, he has found a new way to strike close and attack from a distance. If he can reach the foundation building stage, his power will be no less than that of a sword cultivator. As for now, within half an incense stick, Xiao Wuan will be defeated. Qin Liangjun also praised, with this offensive, he is no less than me. He is ranked last and is indeed qualified. It seems that he was dissatisfied with his second-to-last battle. Hearing the evaluation of the two, Luo Chen felt relieved. It seems that the situation is not bad. He doesn't have to collect Wang Yuan's body. But some things are so strange. You think there will be no accidents, but accidents will inevitably occur. The next moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Boom! A rich blood-red light suddenly broke out with Xiao Wuan's body as the core. On the Dao discussion stage, after the battle with the monster beast, the battle between the foundation-building cultivator and the second-level monster beast, and the 8 battles between the 2 gangs, it had already been beaten to pieces. Even though it was hastily cleaned up, there was still a lot of blood, flesh, and broken bones left behind. At this moment, under the thick bloodlights were lit up in all directions. These bloodlights, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, flew towards Xiao Wuan. His face became strange, as if there were blood dragons running all over his body. Die! Wang Yuan shouted, and the snow-white longsword suddenly burst into a sword light more than 10 meters long. The might was so great that it even exceeded the upper limit of the best magic weapon. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be the cultivator Wang Yuan, but returned to the undefeated sword master in the secular world. However, facing this terrifying sword, Xiao Wuan just raised his head and pointed his right hand in the distance. A blood-colored dragon fell off his body and flew away with its fangs and claws. The sword light more than 10 meters long suddenly shattered. Demon cultivator. Blood cultivator. The 2 terms were shouted out in succession from several places in the audience. Luo Chen was puzzled. Mi Shuhua was shocked and angry. What a thief! He is actually the most cruel blood cultivator in the magic world. This person is not a cultivator from my Yuding domain. At the same time, Pang Rengsheng opened his eyes again in the stands where the Yuding sword sect was. He stared at Xiao Wuan on the stage, and then his cold eyes fell on the Daijiang gang in another stand. Luo Xianhong, Zhang Ran, after the ceremony, arrest this person. Then, Hold the Daijian Gang and the Lianian Merchant Alliance accountable for daring to accommodate the Western Region Demon Cultivator. I obey the Elder's order. I obey the Elder's order. The two of them responded generously, their faces angry. As for whether Wang Yuan would win, it was no longer in their consideration. The combat power of the Demon Cultivator has always been higher than that of the same level, and only the Sword Cultivator can be compared with it. Moreover, the 36 domains of the Eastern Wasteland have long issued a restriction order prohibiting any sect from contacting the Western Region Demon Dao. Wang Yuan will definitely lose. At this moment, everyone seemed to be certain of Wang Yuan's failure. Only one person still held a hope. Mishu's shock and anger disappeared, and his face became calm again. On the Taoism stage, blood was everywhere, like a sea of blood, and a blood-colored dragon was roaring endlessly. However, Wang Yuan's face remained calm. He held a long knife in his hand and took strange steps, constantly slashing at the blood-colored dragon. Boom! Another collision. However, this time, he did not fail as before. He pressed one hand on the top of the blood-colored dragon and smiled coldly. Break. Boom. The powerful and strange energy kept hitting, and the blood-colored dragon kept retreating while roaring until it collapsed. Xiao Wuan's face changed drastically. Why is this so? You are not affected by the boiling blood. As he spoke, huge blood hands grabbed out and pressed down overwhelmingly. Wang Yuan didn't care, and he kept smashing the blood hands with a knife or a punch. This attack lasted for half an instant of time, until the bloodlight on Xiao Wuan's body dimmed to the point where it was invisible. Wang Yuan walked in front of him, his naked body was filled with the color of diamond. He looked down at Xiao Wuan, who was half squatting on the ground, panting. Boiling blood. My blood is higher than yours. As soon as the words fell, the knife fell, and the head fell to the ground. At this scene, the whole audience was silent, and then there was a thunderous cheer. Yuding Sword Sect stands. Luo Chen, Hong and Zhang Ren froze in place, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Pang Rengsheng above frowned. This little guy actually took the path of an ancient body cultivator. No wonder the blood cultivator couldn't do anything to him. Forget it. Such an ending just shows the truth that the devil is 1 foot high and the Tao is 10 feet high. The opening ceremony of the Lundao platform ends here. After saying that, he flew out of the stands. It's a new month. I hope everyone will support this book, follow the monthly ticket and recommend the ticket. Anyway, those who have money can support the show with money, and those who don't have money can support the show with their presence. Give whatever you have. Xiao thanks you all. Chapter 65. Being in a gang is not just about fighting and killing. Physical cultivator. Brother Wang, you are actually a physical cultivator. The crowd left in an endless stream along the passages. Luo Chen followed the crowd of the Pashan gang and excitedly expressed his admiration. Wang Yuan still looked uninterested, as if the powerful demeanor of winning the victory under the attention of the crowd was not him. The gang members around him, like Luo Chen, looked at him admiringly from time to time. Physical cultivators were called physical cultivators in ancient times, and were as famous as the ancient name of cultivators, key cultivators. But with the changes of the times, and the rapid development of magic tools, magic treasures, formations and talismans, physical cultivators gradually withered. Nowadays, there are occasionally some cultivators who show powerful physical means, but they are just concurrent cultivators. A little more authentic, they are just called physical cultivators. But even so, physical cultivation is not a field that casual cultivators can touch. The resources needed to temper the body are simply not something that ordinary people can afford. No one expected that Wang Yuan would quietly embark on this path. However, as of now, he is not on the path of a pure body cultivator, and his methods of dealing with enemies still have many shadows of cultivators. Facing Luo Chen's exclamation, Wang Yuan suddenly sighed. Luo Chen was puzzled and asked curiously, "Brother Wang, why are you sighing? You won, and won so easily, even leaving your name on the Xianjiao list." Zheng Wen next to him also smiled and said, "Yes, maybe when you leave Luofang Mountain, there will be cultivators from the Yuding Sword Sect who will invite you to join them." Wang Yuan just shook his head. He glanced at Luo Chen. "Come back to the headquarters with me later. As my only younger brother, I should let others know you." "Yes." Luo Chen nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he was not afraid of Gaotingyun. He also has a backer and a background. Brother Wang is very strong, so strong that he can crush the magic cultivators who can be compared with sword cultivators. The Pashan gang is also very strong. They won 5 games and lost 4 in this battle. I am afraid that they will usher in a new high-speed development in the future. This is very good. Luo Chen can also take advantage of this. Luo Chen has always suffered from being alone and weak. On the road of cultivation, no one guides or helps him, and his life is really hard. He also wants to join the Zongmiao family or sect, but he is afraid that he will become a tool. Now it is different. Although Wang Yuan, the eldest brother, is a little indifferent, he has a great spirit and pattern in dealing with people. With him protecting himself, it should not be difficult to get along well with his own little tricks. In such a crazy thought, the group left Luofang Mountain and came to the outside of Yuding Sword Pavilion in the inner city. As soon as they came out, they saw a scene of boiling. 700, I made 700 spirit stones. I'm rich now. What a heart-eating tiger, I shouldn't have gone all in. The Pashan gang won, I lost, I'm afraid I'll have to go mining for the Li family in the future. Years of savings, all lost in one day, woo woo woo. Wang Yuan, you're going to die a horrible death. The person closest to him cried bitterly while holding the betting card, and cursed Wang Yuan. Coincidentally, Wang Yuan was right next to him. The man was forced to stop cursing and tried to force a smile, but in the end his smile was uglier than his mother's death. Luo Chen had no mercy at this time. Gamblers are going to die a horrible death. He, the person who believed in his eldest brother the most, didn't place a bet. There were small hills and flowing water, and lush forests. Bamboo and wooden buildings were scattered around like a chessboard. In the center was a huge attic. In front of the attic, the square paved with bluestone slabs was half the size of a discussion platform. This was Luo Chen's first time to the Pashan gang. The scene he saw made him wonder if the style of the painting was wrong. Shouldn't there be a bunker sentry tower, with swords, spears, and sticks placed in a row, showing the style of a big gang? Why does it look so quiet? But when he thought that this was the power of the immortal cultivators, he felt it was natural. Fighting to the death, that was to earn cultivation resources outside. At home, of course, there should be an atmosphere of meditation for the cultivators. Following Wang Yuan and others into the main altar, he didn't say anything, but just looked around curiously. During this period, Mishu showed up, arranged the funeral and aftermath of the monks who died in the battle, and then disappeared in a hurry. It is said that he went to discuss the subsequent handover of waterway transportation with the people of the Dajiang gang. At night, Mishu returned to the main altar with an excited face. Feast, drink, and celebrate. Table after table of spiritual food was served, and those who were qualified to participate in the banquet were almost all cultivators in the late stage of key refining. There were more than 200 people. There were also a few people like Luo Chen who were in the middle stage of key refining, most of whom were family members of gang members. He blended in among them, although somewhat conspicuous, but not abrupt. Many people know that he is the younger brother of the guardian Wang Yuan. Today, Wang Yuan won the last battle, which can be regarded as a great contributor to the Pashan gang, and everyone is willing to give him this face. Naturally, they will also love the house and give Luo Chen a face. The celebration banquet was held until late at night. Mishu wanted to hold an internal meeting, so Luo Chen could not attend. Wang Yuan found him, "Are you going back to the inner city, or staying here for the night?" That's even a question, why walk in the middle of the night? Although there were patrols in the outer city before, now the opening ceremony is over, and it is said that the giant and master of the Yuding Sword sect will soon return to the sect. In this case, it is hard to say whether the patrols in the outer city will continue. "Brother, go early and come back early, I will sleep with you tonight." "Get lost." Wang Yuan laughed and scolded, and left. After he left, Luo Chen, led by a gang member, went to a house where Wang Yuan was. Normally, the guardian Wang doesn't live here. He only takes a break here when he's involved in the gang's affairs. "What's your name, fellow Taoist?" Luo Chen looked at the man in front of him with a smile. The other party's cultivation was not high. He was only at the 4th level of key refining, 1 level lower than him. Such a person was only at the bottom of the Pashan gang, which was full of talents. His situation was slightly better than those peripheral members at the initial stage of key refining. "I am Lu Yanzhe." Luo Chen shook the other party's hands enthusiastically. "Fellow Taoist Lu, nice to meet you." As if he was not used to such enthusiastic cultivators, Lu Yanzhe was very embarrassed. He couldn't pull his hands away, and he couldn't not pull them back. This was the only younger brother of the guardian Wang. No one expected that Wang Yuan, who used to do dirty work for the Pashan gang, would rise so quickly. First, he made great achievements in the conflict with the Dejiang gang, and then he was promoted to guardian. Now he has killed a demon cultivator in public and became famous in one fell swoop. Even the Xianjiao list established by the discussion platform has a place for him. Luo Chen didn't let him be embarrassed for long and quickly pulled his hands back. As they walked, they asked about the situation of the Pashan gang. The Pashan gang is so prosperous, you guys must be living a good life. The glory belongs to the Dharma protector Wang, the Lord Luo and the others. We, the small independent cultivators, are just keeping each other warm and looking for a stable cultivation environment. Did they say that they would organize hunting in the mountains regularly? With the support of masters, the harvest should be quite a lot. It's okay, just enough to make a living. And the monsters in the mountains are more ferocious. If you encounter a second-level monster, you often suffer heavy losses. If you are unlucky and encounter a third-level monster, you will basically be wiped out. Luo Chen's eyelids jumped when he heard it. After all this time, it's not easy to get involved in the Pashan gang. The glory belongs to the top leaders, and the danger is still for the younger brothers like them. I'm afraid that if I join, I will have to participate in those things in the future. This won't work. Although he is not afraid of fighting, he should have a certain strength and specialize in fighting those people and monsters that can be crushed. Luo Chen analyzed it superficially and felt that the situation was getting more and more embarrassing. Wang Yuan is very strong, but it is obvious that he has been developing in a low-key manner over the years and has no team. Others will give him face, and occasionally give himself face, but if something really happens, he can't escape it. If there is any personnel conflict within the gang, he will definitely become a victim. Luo Chen even regretted coming here. However, he is also a person who can find joy in adversity and has a strong adaptability. Since he is here, he should always find something that is beneficial to him. Friend Lu, I have always heard that in addition to the headquarters, the Pashan gang also has the 7 Tiger Hall. Lu Yanzhe said casually, well, it is divided into 7 halls. Is there any difference? Is it divided according to people, or types of work? Types of work? Lu Yanzhe blinked, but soon understood the meaning of the word. He smiled and said, there is a difference in the division of labor. Among the 7 halls, 3 halls are responsible for fighting, against people and monsters, etc. The other 4 halls are responsible for mineral excavation and transportation, medicinal material collection and processing, personnel merits, and herds of beasts. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. The Zhuxin gang is really not just about fighting and killing. Thank you for the 500 starting coins reward from Sizi Chengaiyu, and thank you for your monthly ticket support. I am happy. Chapter 66, One Inside and One Outside, Brothers Supporting Each Other. Immortal cultivation is not just about fighting and killing. Realm is the root of everything. The original intention of the formation of the Pashan gang was for casual cultivators to seek resources for cultivation. The death fight on the Taoism stage seems to be glorious, but if you ask again, how many of the 18 participants are willing to participate? I am afraid that there are no more than one hand. Especially for Han Dang, the heart-eating tiger who has perfected key refining, and Gao Tingyin, the dragon of the river, who has the potential to build a foundation. One of them died and the other was injured, and they will never be able to touch the more beautiful scenery ahead of the road for the rest of their lives. If the two were allowed to choose again, I am afraid they would refuse without hesitation. Of course, they must be able to refuse. Because above them, there are Mi Shuhe and Wang Heichao, 2 foundation builders. Why did these 2 people work so hard, recruiting people, and giving away top-grade magic weapons, and also want to win the death fight? For their own interests, isn't it? Those interests are actually for their own cultivation. In a way, this death fight is actually a battle between the 2 of them. It's just that the 2 cherished their lives and chose to use their subordinates. Luo Chen has now officially joined the Pashan gang. He is certainly not here to fight and kill. He wants to lean on a big tree and practice well. But if you lean on a big tree, you must also find your position and not be used as cannon fodder. Therefore, after inquiring about the situation of the Pashan gang, he had already made a decision in his heart. Late at night, Wang Yuan calmly found Luo Chen who had just finished practicing. Looking at Luo Chen, Shuhu's breath gradually stabilized after finishing the practice. He nodded. 5th level of key refining. It seems that you have not given up the practice of the basic practice. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Wang Yuan sighed, looking at Luo Chen. He didn't know that there was a touch of envy in his eyes. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Luo Chen couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking. Didn't he win today? Not only did he show up and become famous in front of tens of thousands of spectators, but he also left his name on the Xianjiao list. I'm afraid that someone on the other discussion platforms in Yuding domain will notice him. Moreover, he also gained the wealth of the blood path cultivator, which was also considered a fortune. After returning, according to the merits, his contribution was comparable to Qin Liangzhen, and he might even get the foundation building pill. Could it be? Gang leader Mi Shuho did not give him the foundation building pill? Instead, he gave it to brother Qin? For a moment, Luo Chen's thoughts turned and he thought a lot. Wang Yuan walked out of the room and came to the yard. After this battle, the Pashan gang gained a lot. It established its position as the #1 gang in Daohofang, and began to get involved in the business on the Langkang River. The development of the Pashan gang will only get better and better in the future. Yeah, this is what it should be. Even if Wang Yuan didn't say it, Luo Chen understood it very well. But the losses are also great. The deaths of the heart-eating tiger, the leaping stream tiger, and the wind forest tiger have left 3 power vacuums in the 7 tigers hall. The death of Su Ranqi has left me, the only guardian below the foundation building level. The top combat power of the Pashan gang has also been reduced. Luo Chen nodded, he knew this too. There are losses, but for Wang Yuan personally, shouldn't his status be higher? I'm afraid his treatment will be better in the future. Wang Yuan said. In the evening, gang leader Mi held a meeting and set new rules. Zhang Wen returned to the 7 Tigers Hall and formed the 3 fighting halls with Luo Wudi, the descending tiger, and Yang Wei, the dragon tiger. Murin Kinglian will be the head of the medicine hall. Kei Yulin will be the head of the beast hall. Mi Junping, the daughter of gang leader Mi, will be the head of the honor hall, responsible for personnel and meritorious service. The candidate for the head of the mining hall has not been decided. In the next 5 days, an internal martial arts performance will be held to select a new head. The position of the protector will be abolished, and the positions of the 4 elders will be added. I, Qin Liangzhen, Luo Wudi, and a respected old senior in the gang will serve as the 4 elders together. A lot of personnel changes came from Wang Yuan's mouth, and he didn't avoid Luo Chen at all. Luo Chen listened quietly and nodded from time to time. After this battle, it seems that the biggest beneficiaries are Brother Qin and his wife. Originally, they just had a small business in the gang. Now, one of them is the head of the medicine hall, and the other has grown up. But this should be their initiative. Now their son Qin Xiaohu has joined the big sect to practice. I heard that the competition in the big sect is very fierce. If the family can give some resources, Xiaohu can also have some advantages among his peers. It is not impossible for him to stand out and become an inner disciple, or even a true disciple of Luo's sect. The couple is working hard for their son. An old customer once asked about returning to the 7 Tigers Hall, but he didn't expect this. Doesn't that guy only take action when he's short of spirit stones? Now, has he decided not to give up? Mi Junping? Mi Shuhu's daughter? Now he has his hands in the Zentang. It seems that after this battle, Mi Shuhu's control over the Pashan gang has deepened. As for the position of the head of the mine hall, it is used to stop the dissatisfaction of the gang members. However, Elder? Luo Chen said in surprise, the position of protector has been abolished, so your status, Brother Wang, has actually declined. Wang Yuan nodded, then shook his head. I don't care about this, I care about something else. What? The gang leader asked me to form a team to take over the Langkang waterway handed over by the Daijiang gang. It is a waterway leading to Taishanfang. Luo Chen blinked. What is this? First reduce the status, then add the honorific title of elder, and finally give real power to control a new team. For a moment, Luo Chen began to doubt the various appointments made by the gang leader Mi Shuhu. Does he really trust Wang Yuan's strength, or does he want to transfer him away from the power center of the Pashan gang? So he sent him to the waterway transportation business that the Pashan gang is completely unfamiliar with. Suddenly, Luo Chen thought of the key point. Brother Wang, who did the gang leader give the foundation building pill to? Nominally, it was given to Qin Liangzhen. After all, I am at the 8th level of key refining, and he is at the 9th level. His contribution in this battle is no less than mine. What do you mean nominally? Qin Liangjin lost an arm in the battle. Although the Yuding Sword sect agreed to give him a new one, it is still hard to say whether the new arm can fit his original body, and whether it will have an impact on his advancement to the foundation building stage. Wang Yuan's eyes were deep, so the gang leader said that he would give it to Qin Liangjin after he has perfected his key refining. As for now, he is afraid that someone will have bad intentions, so he is temporarily keeping the foundation building pill for Qin Liangjin. Luo Chen frowned. After all this time, the foundation building pill has not been awarded yet. And it is not easy for outsiders to say anything about this. Mishu is just keeping it for Qin Liangjin to prevent him from being coveted by others. When his realm is perfect, he will give it to him. But with a change of time, will the new arm affect his practice, and whether it will really be given to him at that time, who can say for sure? Glancing at Wang Yuan's dim eyes, Luo Chen suddenly understood what Wang Yuan meant by caring about another thing. Mishu seemed to be different from before. Or maybe, he had never been different, but he had always concealed it too well. Do you know why I asked you to join the Pashan gang this time? The topic suddenly changed. Luo Chen was a little caught off guard, but after thinking about it, he said, Brother Wang, are you in need of help? My realm is barely worthy of being seen? We know each other well, so you want me to come in and help you? Yeah. Wang Yuan nodded slightly, and then added. There is another point. Gao Tingguan's Danshan was damaged, his qi was broken, and he has no hope of building a foundation. Who knows, he will be desperate and come to you for his brother's revenge. Joining the Pashan gang will more or less make him a little afraid. Luo Chen opened his mouth, his eyes flickering. With his original knowledge, he really didn't see this coming. Think carefully, if he were in Gao Tingguan's situation, with no hope for the road ahead, the great revenge of his only relative would definitely be on his mind. Brother Wang, thank you very much. He said thank you sincerely. Wang Yuan waved his hand. To join the Pashan gang, except for the previous guardians, you must join a hall to work. So now, you have two choices. One is to follow me and make a living on the rivers and lakes. The other is to stay in the 7 halls of the gang. Faced with these two choices, Luo Chen blinked, and he had already made a choice in his heart. Wang Yuan was afraid that he couldn't tell the pros and cons, so he explained, follow me, you don't have to worry about the people in the gang making things difficult for you. It may be a little difficult at the beginning, but as long as you are familiar with the work on the water, you will definitely make a lot of money. If you stay in those halls, I may not have a say. Several hall masters have more experience than me. Have you thought about it? Luo Chen nodded heavily. I choose to stay in the medicine hall among the 7 halls. I forgot that Qin Liangjin and his wife are your neighbors. Wang Yuan smiled slightly, and then patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Okay, stay in the gang. You can keep an eye on it for me, and notify me if there's anything. Grinning, showing white teeth, Luo Chen chuckled, we 2 brothers, one inside and one outside, will become bigger and stronger and create more glory. Chapter 67 Trial. Half a month later. In Luifang Mountain, under the Dao discussion platform. In addition to the Stanley Prison and the Beast Prison, there is another trial palace. It was not called this name before, but the Daofa platform. But with the opening of the Dao discussion platform, the Daofa platform was expanded and opened up a number of spacious rooms, collectively known as the Trial Palace. The function of these small palaces is to rent out. It is a place for some people living in the inner city to test spells and hone their means of protecting the way. The rent is not expensive, starting at 1 spirit stone, and there is no upper limit. The price is calculated according to the time. If you want to hire a disciple of the Jading Sword sect of the Sword Pavilion as a sparring partner, the price will start directly at 100 spirit stones. Recently, the number 7 Trial Palace has been almost booked. There are always people in it for 2 or 3 hours every morning. Moreover, it is not just one person, but 2 people. At this moment, if someone enters the number 7 small palace, you can hear all kinds of shouting coming from inside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The green and blue are circling and circling, like a flying fish swimming freely. Looking closely, there were 7 wooden flying knives, 1 large and 6 small. Luo Chen stared at the man opposite him with a serious expression, and made a gesture. Merge. The 7 knives instantly formed a formation, cutting away like a storm. Come on. The man on the other side shouted, and then a bright golden light burst out. The two collided, and the green blade storm resisted for 3 breaths and suddenly shattered. The 7 knives, like flying birds drenched by heavy rain, staggered to the ground. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was not in a hurry. In fact, it was a great success for a mere mid-grade magic weapon to resist a high-grade magic weapon for 3 breaths. This was under the premise that he could quickly form a knife formation under the master-level traction technique. If it were an ordinary person, he would not even have time to condense the knife formation and would be defeated by the golden light. Brother Qin, pay attention. He slapped the ground with a fierce palm, and large pieces of green vines rose from the ground. Like a spirit snake climbing, it flexibly grabbed Qin Liangjun on the opposite side. Once entangled, the opponent will be greeted with an extreme strangling force. Qin Liangjun laughed loudly, pulled back, and at the same time, he spread his hands and a large piece of golden light shot out. The green vines were constantly strangled when they saw the golden light. Not only that, a golden light broke away and flew towards Luo Chen quickly. Luo Chen maintained a steady breath and looked at the golden light calmly. A closer look revealed that they were golden needles. The golden needles were extremely fast and soon came in front of Luo Chen. However, he did not panic at all. He touched the ground with his toes and pulled away like a rock. The rain of golden needles chased him again, and he fled. Chased again, he fled again. The golden needles were so fast that they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Qin Liangjun laughed and scolded, "Your body skills are too flexible, even better than the Deju Jianhu." As he said this, he directly retracted the golden flying needles. Luo Chen floated in the air, holding his hands in the air. Suddenly, 10 small sparks suddenly appeared, shining like fireflies. Seeing this scene, Qin Liangjun's face was slightly serious, and he stretched out his hand to hide a huge earth yellow shield. "Come on, let me see how much progress you have made with your flying firefly." Luo Chen did not say anything, and pushed out his hands in a plain way. 10 sparks suddenly flew out. As they flew all the way, the size of the sparks continued to grow. When they arrived in front of the giant shield, they were already as big as a wash basin. Bang! 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 The continuous explosions and the huge counterattack force forced Qin Liangjun to retreat continuously. Suddenly, Qin Liangjun's eyes condensed. In his pupils, there was a spark that bypassed the defense direction of the giant shield and killed him from the side. Good boy, so insidious. He cursed and instantly activated a talisman. A blue water arrow suddenly flew out and hit the spark head-on. Swish! 1 water and 1 fire. The moment they interacted, an intense high temperature erupted. The scorching steam spread even more. Qin Liangjun pulled away and flew away, only to feel a burning pain on his face, which was caused by the high temperature steam being burned at close range. With a grin, he saw 10 more sparks appear on Luo Chen's hand from the corner of his eye, and he shuddered. No, that's it for today. Luo Chen withdrew the flying fireflies in an instant, retracting and releasing them freely, with a sense of freedom. Huh? He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face was no longer so serious, and he smiled. Brother Qin, I win today, right? You win, you burned me to death. Qin Liangjun released the healing spell on himself, and cursed, I find that you are becoming more and more insidious. I never revealed that your flying fireflies can turn before. Generally speaking, low-level spells are just the external expression of the spiritual power in the body. When low-level cultivators have no spiritual awareness, the spells they cast are often straightforward, such as fireball, water arrow, golden spear, etc. Only a few, such as mud swamp and entanglement, can change, but they are only limited to a certain range. But just now, one of Luo Chen's 10 fireballs not only did not increase in size, but broke through Qin Liangjun's defense range from the side under the cover of the other 9 fireballs. If it weren't for his rich combat experience, he would have instantly activated a water attribute talisman. I'm afraid he would have been seriously injured. It was because he was forced to use the talisman that he lost this time. Of course, this is definitely not Qin Liangjun's full strength. Luo Chen smiled and said, it's not that I'm insidious, it's that Brother Qin, you have suppressed your realm at the 7th level of key refining, and you are not used to this low-level spiritual power combat method. Qin Liangjun shook his head, it's not that I suppress my realm, it's that my new hand can only accept this level of combat. He shook his right hand, and the arm with flesh-colored and metallic colors had a sense of disobedience. This is the new arm that Yuding Sword Sect agreed to graft for him. For this, he paid the spoils of war, the sword pill, and Baki's storage bag. Since his arm was grafted 10 days ago and he had a short rest, he was eager to get back to his peak condition. So he booked a number 7 trial palace and took Luo Chen, who also needed to practice magic, to practice here every morning. At the beginning, he was able to completely suppress Luo Chen. But gradually, he felt that he was powerless. Today, he used 2 magic weapons and a water arrow talisman to avoid being defeated in person. And Luo Chen only used a set of medium-grade flying knife magic weapons. Luo Chen's progress is really too fast. It's a pity for you to be a casual cultivator. Qin Liangjun rubbed his face to make sure that everything was repaired. Fireball spell, entanglement spell, they are easy to use, and the power is so great that it can threaten the 7th level key refining cultivator. With such a talent for magic, you should join the 5 Elements Divine Sect. The 5 Elements Divine Sect is a large sect with a Yuan Ying Zhenrun, occupying a region alone. The sect is famous in the 36 regions of the Eastern Wilderness for its mastery of the 5 Elements magic. Luo Chen smiled slightly, maybe. But the 5 Elements region is too far away from the Jade Tripod region. He even wants to become a disciple of the sect, but it is impossible. Some people may want to join the sect through Lingyi Yuanzhe, a subsidiary of the 5 Elements Divine Sect, but unfortunately Lingyi Yuanzhe does not have this business. The 5 Elements Divine Sect is a large sect inherited from a family, and only recruits disciples internally. Even if they want to recruit externally, it is limited to the 5 Elements region. It is said that it is related to the secret transmission of several great magical powers in their sect. Those disciples recruited from outside often marry into several major families. Luo Chen stretched out his hand, and with the help of the master-level traction technique, the 7 jade knives scattered on the ground returned to his hands like young swallows returning to their nests. Playing with a small wooden knife, Luo Chen frowned and said, "Brother Qin, these new magic weapons you bought don't seem to fit my hands." Qin Liangjun said helplessly, "I used to fight with big moves, and I used big maces and broken jade gloves. But in the battle on the Tao stage, they were all destroyed. Good high-quality magic weapons are also expensive. Now I have this set of Ruai golden needles and earth shield, which is already pretty good. Ruai golden needles, a total of 72 pieces, are strange magic weapons. They are extremely powerful and extremely fast. In other words, Luo Chen's body movements are extremely fast, and ordinary people really can't block the Ruai golden needles. But this is completely inconsistent with Qin Liangjun's fighting style." Luo Chen couldn't help but ask, "Don't the gang have several top-grade magic weapons, which are specially used to reward people with merit? Would gang leader me be unwilling to give it to you?" Qin Liangjun's face was serious. "Don't talk nonsense, my credit is enough for the foundation building pill. But the foundation building pill hasn't reached your hands yet." Luo Chen rolled his eyes. "It's better for old man me to keep it for me. With my current strength, I can't keep the foundation building pill. Besides," Qin Liangjun smiled proudly, "my son is a disciple of Lauren sect. How dare he rely on my things? Okay, you know it in your heart." Luo Chen shrugged and put the jade knife into the storage bag. The two of them walked out while talking and laughing. But after a few steps, someone rushed up from behind. "Qin Liangjun, pay the 5 spirit stones." Qin Liangjun's eyes widened. "What did you say?" The man, wearing the uniform of a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, snorted, "Today you have damaged the number 7 trial palace so badly that it has exceeded the normal standard, so you have to pay more spirit stones. Damn profiteers." Qin Liangjun cursed and handed over 5 spirit stones. Luo Chen looked at it and felt a little painful. In the few hours in the morning, Brother Qin had already paid dozens of spirit stones, and now he had to pay more. The Yuding Sword sect is so shameless to make money. As the two walked out, they counted the ways these big sects made money and scolded them for their shamelessness. When they came to the outside of the Sword Pavilion, they saw the jade disc. Qin Liangjun slapped Luo Chen on the back. "Are you really not going to participate in the battle in the middle stage of key refining?" Chapter 68, Senzu Beans, Beef, and Popcorn. The Taoist Forum has been open for half a month. The impact on Daofeng in the past half month is huge. Perhaps it is to cultivate the atmosphere of battle, or perhaps it is to stimulate the audience's interest in watching the game. In short, the local Yuding Sword Pavilion has offered a large amount of generous rewards. In a battle against a monster of the same level, the winner can obtain all the materials of the monster. In a battle between high-level monks, The winner can obtain a magic weapon that the opponent bet on before the game. The top 3 in the local monthly ranking can get a top-grade magic weapon, elixir or even a technique. Not only that, Yuding Sword Pavilion also flexibly adjusts the ticket price according to the importance of the game. Usually the lowest ticket can be bought for only 10 spirit stones. For those who resell tickets, as long as you catch one, you have to go to Stanley Prison for a month, and you have to participate in a battle of the same level before you can be released. It is said that there was a shameless person who resold a ticket of 100 spirit stones for 200. Someone was innocently caught in the crossfire. The mid-stage key refining battle mentioned by Qin Liangchen is a standard introduced by the local sword pavilion a few days ago. The key refining monks are divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and final. If a mid-term monk wins a battle, he cannot obtain the opponent's magic weapon, but he can obtain a bottle of key nourishing pills from the Jade Tripod Sword Pavilion, which is worth 100 spirit stones. If he maintains the first place in the monthly ranking, he can obtain 10 bottles of key nourishing pills. 10 bottles. That's 100 pills, which can be used for continuous cultivation for more than 3 months. For a time, countless casual cultivators rushed to participate in the Taoism competition. Many of the casual cultivators from other places who came to Daofang half a month ago also stayed. According to them, the newly opened Taoism platform often gives much higher rewards than the old Taoism platforms in other places. These casual cultivators who stayed are the main force of the competition. Following Qin Liangchen's gaze, Luo Chen took a look at the huge jade disc. In addition to the ranking, it also wrote a number of battles today, which was as many as 20. Today, I'm afraid there will be a river of blood. Of course, ordinary battles are not death battles, and they stop at the right time. There are referees standing by to stop them at any time. It can be said that the Taoism discussion platform is really a good place for cultivators to discuss Taoism and practice martial arts. Although you don't have many magic weapons, they are good enough. Whether it is the jade knife or the soul-breaking nail, they are absolutely invincible in the middle stage of key refining. Moreover, with the magic spells you can use at will, I, who am in the late stage of key refining, have to be extremely careful. If you add your insidious fighting style, I think it would be easy to rank first for a month. Qin Liangchen's compliments seemed to come out for free. In response, Luo Chen just rolled his eyes. How can it be so good? There have been so many battles. Others have long been familiar with fighting styles and magic weapons. Sooner or later, they will lose. Li Huoqi of the Li family of Daofang Bai Valley relied on a top-grade flying sword to dominate the first place for 10 days, but he was driven down by a casual cultivator from another place. There has never been an undefeated person in the world. Once the intelligence is thoroughly studied, losing is only a matter of time. Even if the mortal enemy knew about it and developed all kinds of countermeasures, the end would be death in the wilderness. Luo Chen would not put himself in the spotlight for that little reward. Besides, who said that earning spirit stones by discussing the Dao platform is just to go up and fight? Luo Chen walked to the small square opposite the jade disc, where a small stall was set up. Xiaoyu, how is business today? In front of the stall, a girl who was only 17 or 18 years old was squatting there. Hearing this, her face flushed slightly and she stood up immediately. Interlacing her fingers, she said shyly, 7 portions of senzu beans were sold, 5 portions of beef jerky were sold, 13 portions of popcorn were sold, and only 10 bottles of pineapple wine were sold. A total of 35 spirit stones were earned. Luo Chen frowned. I just saw that there were a total of 25 battles today. There must be at least 4 or 5,000 spectators. How come only so few were sold? Xiaoyu pinched her fingers and was about to cry. Qin Liangchen, who was standing by, couldn't stand Luo Chen bullying the little girl like this, and said, these little things of yours, the cost of 10 pieces added up is less than 1 spiritual stone. You are not ashamed to sell 1 spiritual stone per piece, and others are not ashamed to be the scapegoat. Hey, don't talk nonsense. The fairy beans are my exclusive secret recipe, and the popcorn is made of spiritual rice with my unique magic. The yellow pear wine is even more amazing. It was brewed by the old father of Yu Jianhu, the former master of the Pashanggang's medicine hall. Which one of them is not worth a spiritual stone per piece? Luo Chen argued with reason. His face was red and his neck was thick, and his saliva was about to spray on Qin Liangchen's face. Qin Liangchen was stunned. Could it be that he really didn't know the real thing? Miss Xiao pursed her lips, and tears were about to fall with a click. I am so useless, I can't even sell such a good thing. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. This Yuan Xiao was the only daughter of Yu Jianhu, the former master of the Pashan Gang's medicine hall. Yu Jianhu died on the Taoism platform, leaving behind an old father with a broken leg and a little daughter who was only at the second level of key refining. Mi Shuhe had promised to take good care of the families of the dead in the battle, but in fact he only arranged some relatively safe things to do in the gang. Just barely making a living. As for earning spirit stones and buying pills, that was too difficult. In fact, ordinary gang members could only barely earn some spirit stones to support their practice. The bulk of the money was taken by the senior leaders of each hall and even the gang leader. This kind of care is just right, so that they can survive without attracting envy, but it is absolutely impossible to develop. In the past half-month, because he had to familiarize himself with the affairs of the gang and take care of his practice, Luo Chen simply stopped refining the Zongmiao pills. It happened that, under the name of helping Qin Liangzhen, one of the four elders, to recover, he escaped some miscellaneous tasks in the gang and brushed up his spell proficiency at all costs. Not to mention, it was flying. He even got the evaluation of Qin Liangzhen that invincible in the middle stage, can fight in the late stage. However, he discovered a business opportunity by going in and out of the discussion platform every day. It's not about selling scalper tickets. It's that the monks who watched the battles were too bored when they encountered some uninteresting battles. As a result, he launched a number of snacks such as fairy beans, popcorn, and beef jerky. Later, he heard in the medicine hall that Yu Jianhu liked to drink a kind of fruit wine brewed by his old father, so he simply contacted the other party to see if he could brew it in large quantities and sell it to him. The old man did not refuse, but the only condition was that he would take care of Yuan Xiao. As for why there was this condition, in fact, it is very simple. Luo Chen can barely be regarded as a recent figure in the Pashan Gang. He is the former protector, the current elder, and the younger brother of Wang Yuan. He is also a good brother and neighbor of another elder Qin Liangzhen. Every day, he sweetly calls Murin Qinglian, the master of the medicine hall, sister-in-law. Moreover, the sick tiger Zengwen from the battle hall would visit Luo Chen every now and then. Every time the two talked, they were sneaky and intimate. Tisk-tisk, this kind of interpersonal relationship, anyone who sees it, thinks Luo Chen has a bright future. Luo Chen had no objection and simply agreed. He had to find someone to help him sell these snacks anyway. Yuan Xiao was a girl, weak and frail, just suitable to be a salesperson. However, now it seems that this decision was a bit forced. Yuan Xiao had lived too well under the protection of her father Yu Jianhu, and her personality was too weak. Luo Chen sighed and waved his hand. Yuan Xiao was stunned for a moment, and gave up the stall, letting Luo Chen stand there. Qin Liangzhen didn't understand what the other party meant. The next moment, he hid in a secluded place with a flushed face. Popcorn, pineapple wine, beef jerky, the most delicious. Watch the bloody battles of the monks, taste the life of the immortals, a fairy bean, all the wisdom of the great way. Take a walk, take a look. With just one spiritual stone, you can buy a big bag of popcorn made from spiritual rice. Watching the game while eating popcorn and practicing, how beautiful. With a blessing of spiritual power, the clear and melodious voice spread throughout the area. Whether it was the spectators in front of the jade disc, the gamblers in the gambling stalls, or the ticket sellers at the passage, they all looked over at the same time. I saw a handsome man, grinning, revealing a row of white teeth. Fairy beans, beef, popcorn. Let's learn more. A small summary, with everyone's support, it has been included in the third round of recommendations, which is gratifying. This week is a very happy week. There are rewards from the leader of Tengu Instant Noodles, rewards from the leader of Fireworks Xiamen, and uninterrupted chapter and paragraph rewards from Brothers, all of which I can see in the background. However, for things like rewards, everyone should give according to their ability. The current economic environment is not very good. Usually, everyone can vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. After a while, give some subscriptions after the release. Zion will be very grateful. Well, there is not much to say this week. I wish everyone a happy day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Great Perfection Fireball Technique. The crowd was surging and the shouts were deafening. It was the afternoon session, and many cultivators who wanted to enter Luofang Mountain to watch the game squeezed in. Those who could afford the ticket fee of 10 spirit stones didn't care about the snack money of 1 or 2 yuan. Besides, didn't the stall owner say it? Senzu beans, fried with an exclusive secret recipe. Beef jerky, that is the core part of the first level monster yellow beef, which can only be made into pot after being stewed and fried, and adding a variety of spices. Popcorn is even better. 1 spirit stone and 10 kilograms of spirit rice can only make 2 or 3 portions. These are all good things containing spiritual energy. While watching the game, eating delicious snacks, and drinking a sip of the endless aftertaste of pineapple wine. Turtle, I have been practicing Taoism for a lifetime, so I should enjoy it. Luo Chen clapped his hands and squeezed out of the crowd. Qin Lianchen stared at him with a strange look on his face, and finally showed an admiring expression with a thoughtful look. Luo Chen's eyelids twitched wildly, and he couldn't stand such a complicated expression. Brother, if you have something to say, please say it. Don't hold it in. Qin Lianchen sighed. When I was at the 7th level of key refining, I could barely rent a house in the inner city. It was because your sister-in-law was pregnant. For safety reasons, I gritted my teeth and moved in. Well, a good man, a good husband, and a good father, then what? But you, kid, were only at the 4th level of key refining before, and you could rent a big room in the inner city. I thought you were lucky, had a good talent for alchemy, and had a skill. As he spoke, he was filled with emotion. It turns out that the real reason why you can live in a big room is that you are shameless. Bang! Luo Chen slapped himself. Why am I so mean? You are still talking like this. Qin Lianchen glanced at Yuan Xiaoyu in the crowd. She was so busy that her little face was flushed, and beads of sweat hung on her forehead. There are so many customers, why don't you help her? She has a long way to go in life, I can help her like her father. Hey, you kid, why are you so mean? Luo Chen dodged Qin Liangchen's kick. Now he has mastered the free and unrestrained travel skill, and combined with the master-level wind control technique, his body movement is really awesome. He didn't take this kind of small attack seriously. He glanced at Yuan Xiaoyu, who was busy crying because she had to sell things and worry about the spiritual stones being stolen. Luo Chen said lightly, she is a cultivator of the 2nd level of key refining, not an ordinary person. If she can't do such a small thing, she might as well go to the mountains to feed the monsters. Qin Lianchen was silent about this. Yuan Xiaoyu is not working for nothing. Luo Chen will pay her 1 spiritual stone a day, 30 a month. This treatment is already too good to be true. Luo Chen was at the 3rd level of key refining at the beginning, and he worked very hard in a month, but only earned 5 spiritual stones. Bai Miling worked as a maid in Beikaodang, earning only 50 spirit stones a month. She had to work for 3 months before she could squeeze out spirit stones to buy a bottle of nourishing pills. If someone was willing to give Luo Chen such a job, he would have worshipped the man opposite as his father. The 2 men just stood outside, watching Yuan Xiaoyu busy inside. Someone nearby knew Luo Chen, the boss, and scolded him while buying popcorn. You are such a black-hearted boss, don't you know how to help the little girl? Luo Chen smiled and did not refute. Instead, he folded his hands, looking like he didn't care about anything. His eyes wandered around, as if he didn't care about this at all. The man cursed again and left with his things. Others, on the contrary, felt more sympathetic to the little girl who was exploited by the unscrupulous boss. Even when buying things, they were more generous. When there were fewer customers, Luo Chen walked in. Xiaoyu, give me a portion of magic beans. And a bottle of pineapple wine, the kind of old-aged spiritual wine that costs 10 spirit stones a bottle. Yes, Brother Luo. Yuan Xiaoyu wiped the sweat off his face, responded timidly, and handed the magic beans and wine to Luo Chen. After taking the things, Luo Chen walked towards the sword pavilion. Qin Lianchen looked at this scene in confusion. But he only saw Luo Chen walk to the ticket office of the discussion platform and chat with a key refining disciple of the sword pavilion. During the chat, he pointed here from time to time. After a while, he came back empty-handed. Let's go, We have nothing to do here. Luo Chen stretched and said. You know what? I practiced magic in the morning and fought for a long time. Suddenly I was idle for a while, and my body felt a little strange. Qin Liangjun walked with him and asked curiously, Did you go to bribe the disciples of Jianzhi just now? Why are you saying that so harshly? Luo Chen said confidently, That's called building a good relationship with your neighbors. Qin Liangjun thought about it, and his face became a little complicated. You want the people of Jianzhi to help take care of Yuan Xianwei, right? Oh, then you think too highly of me. I just don't want my business to be messed up by some idle people. Luo Chen curled his lips and stopped talking about this topic. Qin Liangjun sighed, and the two returned to the courtyard together. Looking at the empty courtyard, he sighed again. My wife Murin Qinglian has been busy with the affairs of the Pashangang Medicine Hall recently, and the other girls in the courtyard are also busy with their own things. Luo Chen, who had a good time in the morning, closed the door as soon as he got home, and I don't know what he was doing in the house. All of a sudden, he was free again. Sitting in the yard, basking in the autumn sunshine, like a lonely old man. His eyes fell on the swing he had built for his son Xiaohu. The board was so short that he could not even sit on it. He should find time to rebuild the swing. It seemed that the dancing girl in the main room liked to sit on this swing. Luo Chen, that kid, squatted beside her when he had nothing to do, watching the girl sit on the swing, but he did not help to change the board to a longer one. He did not know how long it would take for this hand to get used to it. Would he be able to perfect his key training and reach the foundation building stage in his lifetime? How about saving the foundation building pill for his wife? She probably wanted to save it for her son. No one understood her better than him. There were hurried footsteps outside the yard. He turned his head and saw a brother from the gang trotting in. Elder Qin, all the leaders of the forces in Daofeng will hold a banquet tonight to bid farewell to the giant and master of Yuding Sword sect. Boss Me asked me to tell you to come to the banquet. Got it, I'll go. Qin Liangjun was not interested. He would not be there to keep the peace, but to be a grandson. They were all big figures in the foundation establishment and Jiandan stages. He was a 9th level key refining cultivator who had broken his hand. If he went, he would probably be looked down upon. Thinking of this, he suddenly asked, Can I bring someone with me? The errand boy was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was going to bring his wife Murin Qinglian, and then immediately replied, Boss Me said that you can bring someone with you. Okay, then go. He waved his hand and sent the little brother away. Qin Liangjun smiled and knocked on Luo Chen's door. Xiao Luo, are you going to have a big dinner tonight? After waiting for a while, an excited voice came from the house. Let's go. Let's go. Qin Liangjun's mouth curled up slightly. Hey, now there's another grandson. Inside the room, Luo Chen looked at the attribute panel in front of him with excitement. It's full. It's full. It's full. The fireball skill is finally full. Fireball Master 1000/1000, Great Perfection Fireball Skill. Chapter 70 Buying a House? It is impossible to buy a house in this life. It has been half a month since the opening ceremony of the Taoism platform. During this half month, Luo Chen did not continue to refine pills as usual. There are many reasons for this. He needs to get familiar with the people and things of the Pashangang. He is not short of spiritual stones. He already has 150 low-grade spiritual stones. After reselling tickets, he received another 200. He bought 5 bottles of key-nourishing pills before, which is enough for him to practice for a month. But these are not the most important factors. The most important reason is that he gained a lot from watching one battle after another, especially the death battle between the 18th key refining cultivators. In the same realm, although the level is not enough, it only affects the total amount of spiritual power in the body. After all, the methods of those late cultivators are not beyond his understanding. After watching the battle, he has a lot of insights into spells, magic tools, and even attack and defense conversion. This kind of insight is not a legendary epiphany, but it is also very valuable. Therefore, he must seize the time to absorb and digest it and transform it into his real combat power. After all, there's Gaotingan outside, eyeing him covetously. In a short period of time, the realm cannot be improved. Then improve the strength from the combat means. Moreover, he has the logistic conditions. The Grandmaster level Chong Chun Gong has an automatic recovery effect, which is enough for him to release enough spells. In the past half month, he practiced with Qin Liangjun every day. While helping the other party find the feeling and get familiar with the arm, his own spell proficiency was also rising. Now, it is time to reap the harvest. Lifespan 27/75, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, realm, 5th level of key refining. 16/100, Kung Fu, Grandmaster Chong Chun Gong. 560/1000, spells, Great Perfection Fireball, Grandmaster Xiao Aoyao. 712/1000, Grandmaster Yufeng Ju. 510/1000, Grandmaster Traction. 550/1000, Perfect Entanglement. 370 out of 500, Perfect Spirit Eyes. 310/500, Master Cleansing. 201, 300, Skills, First Level Alchemist, Grandmaster Bigu Powder. 840/1000, Perfect All Wonderful Pills. 301/500, Achievement Points 21 points. After reading the current attribute panel, Luo Chen was very excited. He finally had a spell that reached the full level of proficiency. Great Perfection Fireball. Luo Chen's mind moved, and a fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. The size of a fist, with high temperature inside. If it explodes, it will also have a good impact. He frowned slightly. The single fireball technique, it seems that there is no change? With a little spiritual power, the fireball suddenly changed and turned into a bird, like a sparrow, and like a phoenix, lifelike and lively. If there were a cultivator with broad knowledge here, I am afraid he would be a little amazed. This kind of subtle technique of shape change can only be done by the disciples of the 5 Elements Divine Sect. And it can't be an ordinary disciple, and it must be an inner disciple who has entered the inner gate and is expected to build a foundation. However, Luo Chen is still a little dissatisfied with this, because this method is not brought by the Great Perfection Fireball technique. This is what he has studied after fighting with Qin Liangzhen for half a month, with the other party's guidance and his own thinking. It incorporates some of the wonderful uses of the traction technique. But in essence, whether it is speed or power, there is not much change. It just makes his control over spiritual power a level higher. Oh, by the way, it also makes the traction technique reach the perfect level of proficiency. But this was not what Luo Chen wanted to see. So where's the change? Luo Chen pondered, and the spiritual power in his hand continued to increase, and small fireballs appeared one after another. Soon, the number reached 10. In the past, this was his limit, and he could also use 10 small fireballs to construct a small killer move, flying fireflies. Suddenly, Luo Chen had a feeling. His limit seemed to be broken. With a thought, another fireball technique slowly emerged. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and increased the spiritual power output. The 12th. Next. 13. 14. 20. The man sat cross-legged on the bed, and 20 small fireballs swirled and danced. Between the spiritual movements, murderous intent overflowed. Luo Chen was shocked, not only because of this number, but because he felt that he could continue to increase the number. According to the total amount of spiritual power in his body, this fireball technique can now release nearly 100. Although they are not large fireballs in the limit state. But it is already very scary. What is this concept? The first-grade high-quality talisman meteor shower only contains 100 fireballs. And the high-quality talismans often correspond to the means of attack in the late stage of key refining. It seems that the changes are more than that. Luo Chen hesitated and slowly brought the 2 fireballs closer. Swish! Sparks splashed, and then the 2 merged together without any rejection. The size also doubled. More than 2 can be merged? Luo Chen is usually timid, mainly in combat, so he recently agreed to practice with Qin Liangzhen just to adapt to combat, instead of passively counterattacking like the previous 2 murders and treasures. But Luo Chen is also a bold one. This is reflected in his alchemy and magic, which do not require fighting with others. He dared to risk his life to refine the wonderful pills, and he dared to practice the slightly dangerous magic of the spirit eye without anyone teaching him. At this moment, facing another change in the fireball technique, he began his fusion journey cautiously and boldly. After 2, there were 3, 4, and 5. Luo Chen opened his eyes wide as he looked at the fireball that was as big as a small sun. The next moment, the Grandmaster level free and easy journey and the Grandmaster level wind controlling technique were activated instinctively. Whoosh! A figure rushed out. Behind him, the small sun was unstable and then slowly expanded. A blazing sun suddenly exploded. Boom! Bastard Luo Chen, What are you doing? Qin Lianjun stared at the half-collapsed house with a raging fire. Brother Qin, I said that I accidentally blew up the house while refining the elixir. Do you believe it? Luo Chen appeared beside him at some point and said innocently. Qin Lianjun stared at him and spoke slowly. Do you think I'm a fool? Luo Chen smiled and stopped explaining. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted. Fire! Some of his belongings were still inside. In the end, he didn't let outsiders put out the fire. Qin Lianjun possesses 3 spiritual roots of gold, earth and water. He usually uses gold magic tools and spells to fight against enemies, but he actually knows a few water magic. A small cloud and rain spell was cast, and the drizzle protected half of the back house. When the fire was gradually dying down, Luo Chen rushed in. After a while, he ran out holding a copper furnace. It's okay, it's okay. The processed medicinal materials were not burned, just a little dirty. They can still be used after cleaning. Sister Xiuxiu's flowers and plants are also placed outside during the day, and none of them are damaged. The purple cloud copper furnace that I value most is also fine. The little sun exploded in the bedroom. The most serious damage was naturally the bedroom. However, there were only some beds, wooden tables, and a few clothes in the bedroom. It was not worth much. When I came out, I found that an old man was jumping up and down and cursing. A fine is a must. Qin Lianjun sighed. Old son, there was just an accident while refining the elixir, there's no need to fine him with spirit stones. What do you mean by an accident? These houses were specially built by monks from Alao Mountain invited by our sect. They are in line with the 5 elements and are obviously generous and beautiful. Now the houses have collapsed, you have to pay for them anyway. Sun Shou cursed, looking heartbroken. Qin Lianjun smiled apologetically. I'll ask the younger brothers in the gang to repair the houses right away, and I will definitely restore them to their original state for you. Sun Shou sneered, can the younger brothers in your gang compare to the monks from Alao Mountain? 5 spirit stones. Luo Chen gritted his teeth. Deal, give me the spirit stones. Sun Shou's sneer disappeared, and became as warm as a spring breeze. Luo Chen took out 5 spirit stones distressedly. This old man's face changed faster than a dog. After getting the spirit stones, Sun Shou said something before leaving. The rent for the next quarter is coming, remember to pay it to me then. Oh, and Xiao Qin, you also have to pay the spirit stones. In my opinion, you should just buy this west wing, it's not expensive, only a few thousand spirit stones. Go slowly, old man. Be careful when you go out, don't fall. Xiao Luo and Xiao Qin hurriedly sent the old man away. Then, they looked at a back house with black smoke and loneliness. Qin Lianjun, buy a house? I can't buy a house in this life. If you want to buy one, go to Luo sect, it's closer to my son. Luo Chen, my house, it's a sin. Chapter 71, Bell and Tripod Banquet, Golden Elixir arrives. Yes, just repair it according to the original drawings. It's very simple, just replace the main beam, and find a few stones outside the city to repair and patch it up. Need green fire bricks? You wait, they are sold at Zhangzhuju, and they will send someone to deliver them when the time comes. He asked 3 brothers from the Pashan gang to help repair the house, each with a spiritual stone. Luo Chen also sent some of his belongings to Qin Lianjun's house for storage. For the time being, he managed to cope with it. In a flash, the sky gradually darkened. Luo Chen washed himself and accompanied Qin Lianjun to Zhuangding's house for a banquet. On the way, Qin Lianjun casually said, in the fire magic, there is a second-level magic called the fiery sun magic. When it is performed, it is like a small sun exploding, with great power, and no grass will grow within a radius of 20 feet. 20 feet in radius. That's more than half a football field. Brother Qin, what are you talking about? I'm only in the middle stage of key refining, I don't know any second-level fiery sun magic. Luo Chen waved his hands frantically. He had some ideas in his mind. The power of fusing 20 fireballs obviously cannot reach the power of the second-level fiery sun technique. But the situation at that time undoubtedly had the prototype of the fiery sun technique. What if 10, 20, or even 30 or 50 more were fused? However, in that case, the consumption of spiritual power would undoubtedly be very large. Let's use it as a trump card first, and I have to practice it well in the future when I have time. Although he was sad that he lost nearly 10 spiritual stones today, Luo Chen was still very happy. He had another trump card in addition to the conventional means. When he arrived at the third floor of Zhongding's house, there were not many people, only a few minions. Qin Liangzhen went to chat with those people, and no one cared about Luo Chen, so he was happy to be idle. Finding a secluded private room, Luo Chen half of his mind was alert outside, and the other half of his mind was on the attribute panel. Before, he had not finished browsing. In terms of realm, the progress was neither fast nor slow. The master-level Chong Chun-Gong not only greatly increased his practice efficiency, but also opened up the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, so that he could refine 2 nourishing key pills a day. But because he advanced to the 5th level of key refining, the calculation of the progress bar of cultivation has changed again. From the 3rd level of key refining, 1 key nourishing pill increased 2 points of progress. At the 4th level of key refining, 1 key nourishing pill increased 1 point of progress. Now at the 5th level of key refining, 2 key nourishing pills are needed to increase 1 point of progress. So he took 2 key nourishing pills every day for half a month, and the progress bar was only barely pulled to 16 points. Luo Chen had expected this. After all, every level up means that the upper limit of the spiritual power in the body has increased. This is a normal phenomenon. Why does it take longer and longer for a cultivator to break through as the level goes up? The main problem lies here. The total amount of spiritual power to fill a level will only increase, and it will not even change by multiples. There were hundreds of cultivators in the late stage of key refining in the original Daohofang city. But there are only a handful of people who have perfected key refining. Han Dang, the dead heart-eating tiger, is one of them, and Fu Xiu, who failed to break through the foundation building, is one of them. There are very few others. Qin Liangzhen and Murin Qinglian, who Luo Chen is familiar with, can't be said to have perfected key refining. Others such as Luo Wudi and K Yulin are even further behind. The only thing that worries Luo Chen is whether the key nourishing pill will still be effective for him after he reaches the late stage of key refining. After all, there is a saying that pills have drug resistance. For now, let's ignore this. Luo Chen did not worry about it and stared at the spell column. His eyes fell directly on the last column, achievement points. 21. He did not expect that after the fireball technique is fully perfected, he will be given another achievement point. If calculated in this way, he can get 5 achievement points for upgrading a skill to full perfection. They are skilled level, proficient level, perfect level, master level, and full perfection. In the past half month, his gains are huge. The master of the wind control technique, the master of the traction technique, the entanglement technique, the spirit eye technique, and even the rarely used cleaning technique have been upgraded one after another. For this, a total of 7 achievement points were brought to him. What can I do with 21 achievement points? Introduction to healing arts? Forget it. I can get started with this stuff after 2 more days of practice. I don't have any other skills on hand. And compared to skills, it's most cost-effective to use achievement points to get started with a certain recipe. That way, you can avoid countless failures before getting started. What do countless failures mean? Countless spirit stones. The only recipe Luo Chen has left is a broken 2nd level recipe for Jade Pill. Obviously, it's not suitable to refine Jade Pill now. Without the financial resources and the strength, I'm afraid I won't dare to sell it even if I refine it. So, I have to find a way to get a 1st level recipe. And it has to be one with broad market prospects and fewer competitors. I wonder if there's one in the Pashan gang? Is there one in the pharmacy? Luo Chen thought, and looked up, only to find that it was already dark outside. And outside the small private room, there was also a burst of noise. He calmed down and walked out quietly. One glance, just one glance. He held his breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13 foundation building monks. My God, when did the small Daohofang have so many foundation building monks? But except for a small half of them, he knew a little bit about the others. The one chatting with Liu, the shopkeeper of Beikao Dang, was Wang, the shopkeeper of Lingai Ao Pavilion. Mu Doran, the master of Lingyi Wanzhe, was surrounded by 3 unknown foundation building monks, as if they were exchanging their experience in magic. Mi Shuhe of Pashangang was chatting with Wang Hao of Daijiangang, and another man with a smile. It seemed that there was no sign that they had fought each other to death some time ago. The man with a gloomy face, if nothing unexpected happened, was Zhou Chaoxin, the leader of Lianian Merchant Alliance here. It is said that he also holds a high position as an elder in the Merchant Alliance. There was also the profiteer Chulao of Wanbao Lao, who was pulling a man in luxurious clothes and whispering. But the man was obviously impatient, and his eyes kept looking at a place where female monks gathered. But he didn't dare to offend Wanbao Lao, so he could only chat with them carefully. Luo Chen looked at the gathering place of female cultivators over there, and by chance, he saw a group of familiar faces. The bright and generous Gu Kai, the beautiful Xiangxiang girl, and the gentle and lovely Fu Xiuxiu. But no matter how beautiful they are, the center of attention is still the beautiful woman in palace dress. It should be the madam of Xiangxiang Lao, Ba, Guanghukin, a cultivator of Hehuan sect. Looking at her beauty, I don't know how old she is. She can be considered a high-class rich woman. It seems that she is particularly sensitive to the gaze of men. The beautiful woman saw Luo Chen almost instantly. Luo Chen hurriedly lowered his head and moved to Qin Liangchen, who was standing in the corner. Brother, they're all big guys here, what are we doing here? Luo Chen felt like a grandson when he transmitted his voice carefully. Qin Liangchen smiled and said, what? Come to be a grandson. Luo Chen was stunned. It turned out that I was really a grandson. When the boss goes out, he must bring 2 younger brothers with him. Qin Liangchen patted him on the shoulder. Don't be discouraged, maybe we can be grandfathers in the future. That's really the case. Luo Chen rolled his eyes. He said such things, not afraid of being heard by the cultivators in the foundation building period. It is said that the art of sound transmission is not very reliable. Coincidentally, there were 3 cultivators in the foundation building period standing in front of them, Mi Shuhua, Wang Heichao, and Zhou Chaoxin. The last one turned his head suddenly and stared at Qin Liangchen with burning eyes. You are the little guy who killed Bigu on the Taoism stage. Qin Liangchen's expression became nervous, and his eyes looked at Mi Shuhua for help. Dao Yao Zhou, you. Mi Shuhua was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhou Chaoxin. Zhou Chaoxin smiled slightly. It's okay, just getting to know each other. This fellow Taoist Qin has a son who is a senior disciple of Luo sect. How could I do anything to him? But fellow Taoist me, I heard that you are keeping the foundation building pill for him, don't swallow it secretly in the future. Mi Shuhua's face froze, and then gradually became gloomy. Just when the atmosphere here was a little depressing, a burst of sharp intentions came from the gate. The next moment, 7 foundation building masters went upstairs together. Jading Sword Cultivator. The 7 people went upstairs, without hesitation, bowed and shouted to the outside. Respectfully welcome Elder Pang. Everyone was stunned. And then they all bent down and shouted respectfully welcome Elder Pang. Under the night sky, a golden light, without any fancy, escaped into the 3rd floor of Zhongling's house. It was Pang Rengshan, the master of Jinden. Luo Chen lowered his head deeply, and did not dare to look around. Under the pressure of the Jinden that was not concealed at all, his teeth, bones, and even his soul seemed to be trembling. Is this the power of the golden elixir? Deep in his heart, a torrent of thoughts was surging. A real man should be like this. Chapter 72 Luo Chen, right? On the 2nd floor, a large group of key refining cultivators sat at 7 or 8 tables. The tables were filled with delicacies rarely seen on weekdays, all of which were delicacies containing spiritual energy. If you count the spiritual stones, each table would cost at least 1,000 spiritual stones. But this time, these key refining cultivators didn't have to pay. Luo Chen sat at a table in the center, and Gu Kai pulled him over. Most of the people at this table were female cultivators. Therefore, the addition of a male cultivator like Luo Chen attracted a lot of attention. Luo Chen seemed to be unaware of those gazes that were like thorns in his back, and he just lowered his head to eat. The 10-year term is over, and I will also return to the Hehuan sect. The one who spoke was Miss Xiangxiang from Xiangxiang Tower. There was some reluctance in her words, but more of anticipation. Gu Kai looked at her enviously. This time when you go back, Xiangxiang, you should start to break through the foundation. Xiangxiang pursed her lips and smiled, and nodded gently. After 10 years here, she has not fallen behind in her cultivation, and she is only one step away from the great perfection of key refining. The most important thing is that she has almost collected the foundation building materials required for the Hehuan sect's exercises. Now the only thing missing is to go back to the sect and get a foundation building pill. Is Aunt Gong going back? Gu Kai suddenly asked. Of course she is going back. After all, the spiritual veins here are only of the first order, and it is not suitable for a foundation-building cultivator like her to live for a long time. Miss Xiangxiang told her everything she knew and reminded her good sister. There are 2 candidates to take over here next. If it is senior sister Qi, it's okay. If it is senior brother Hui, Kai, you must be careful at that time and don't offend him. What do you mean? Senior brother Hui and I entered the sect at the same time. He has a violent personality and likes to take essence. After advancing to the foundation building stage, although he has restrained himself, it is only in the sect. If he comes here, there is no one to restrain him, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Gu Kai's heart tightened. Xiang suddenly smiled, but you don't have to worry. Doesn't the late foundation building cultivator in Alao Mountain like you very much? He has also mentioned to Ankong twice that he wants to take you as a concubine. Why don't you go with him? Alao Mountain is also a very wealthy sect. Luo Chen, who was feasting, paused slightly. Looking up, he found that Gu Kai was not as happy as he imagined, but smiled reluctantly. That person is not a good person, Kai think twice. Suddenly, Fu Xiu, who had been silent all the time, said this. Gu Kai hummed, and did not dare to criticize the foundation building cultivator behind her back. She is different from Yu Xiang and Fu Xiu. One of them is a disciple of the Hehuan sect. After returning, as long as the foundation is successfully built, he will be an inner disciple and even have the hope of being promoted to the true disciple. The other one has recently become the manager of the Shenfu Pavilion and will soon return to the sect with the people of the Shenfu Pavilion. Both of them are backed by the 6 major sects, so they are naturally not afraid of Alao Mountain. But she must be careful not to speak out of turn. Seeing that Luo Chen was paying attention to this while eating, Fu Xiu explained to him in a low voice. Fei Bowen, although he is in the late stage of foundation building, he is actually a son-in-law. He has a wife who is the granddaughter of a Jinden master. Luo Chen knew this before. It would be fine if this person had his own ideas, but he has a very soft personality. Not only is he bossed around by his wife at home, but his status in the sect is not high, otherwise he would not be sent to this remote area to repair houses. Luo Chen thought of the scene he saw on the 3rd floor before. The man in gorgeous clothes that Mr. Chu from Wanbao building was chatting with was Fei Bowen. He was obviously in the late stage of foundation building, and Mr. Chu was only in the early stage of foundation building, but in front of the other party, he did not have the demeanor of being 2 small realms higher. He was timid and not very generous. If Gu Kai followed this man back, I am afraid that sooner or later she would die at the hands of that man's wife, or at the hands of Fei Bowen. Even Luo Chen could think of this, and Gu Kai, as the person involved, would naturally know more and think further. But it was because she thought too far ahead that she felt more pain than anyone thought. Women in the world, if they don't have great abilities, often rely on powerful male cultivators. She now has this opportunity, but she can't go, and she doesn't dare to go. And what about staying here? After the opening ceremony of Lundaote, her reputation has been established. Business is naturally not lacking, and she has made a lot of spiritual stones. But Gong Hukan left, and she didn't know who the new person in charge of Xiangxianglao would be. If it was really that senior brother Hui, I'm afraid she would have to be careful to please him. Unless, she doesn't work in Xiangxianglao anymore. But the question is, if she doesn't work in Xiangxianglao, then where should she go? She was full of worries and turned around. When she looked sideways, she found that Luo Chen, the only man at the table, was eating a lot. Half of the delicacies had already entered his mouth. Eat, you only know how to eat. Luo Chen was confused. Aren't these dishes meant for people to eat? One meal can be equivalent to his 10 days of hard practice. Not sure if it was because of his stupid look or because of her own anger, Gu Kai was amused by herself. Why should I be angry with this little man? She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms, and poured a glass of wine for Luo Chen herself. Eat more, go back and refine it well, and improve your cultivation. If you were an alchemist in the foundation building period, why would I have to go far away? Luo Chen drank the glass of wine with some pain in his balls. Big sister, if you want to treat me as a spare tire, don't say it so blatantly. I'm not the kind of person who covets beauty. Yu Xiang and Fu Xiu next to them covered their mouths and laughed. The banquet lasted until late at night. When I left, I didn't see the golden pill master. It is said that he showed up, accepted a toast from everyone, and then left. Maybe in the next day or two, he will bring the Jading Sword Cultivator back to the sect. All the industries here, including the discussion platform, will still be managed by the previous Deacon Luo Chen. From this, it can be seen that the Jading Sword sect is short of manpower. This industry is not a small one, but only one foundation building master and dozens of outer disciples are responsible for it. It can only be said that they are careless, or they have no choice. After separating from the lively crowd, on the way back to the main hall, only Mi Shuhua, Qin Liangjun, and Luo Chen were left. The moonlight was bright, and the stone road was open. 3 shadows were stretched out. Mi Shuhua put his hands behind his back, like a rich man taking a walk. Suddenly, Zio Qin, that foundation building pill is yours, it is yours, I will never embezzle it. Qin Liangjun was stunned, and then laughed heartily. Others don't trust you, boss me, but I don't trust you. Saying this is too polite. In front, the rich man's ruddy face was half covered by the shadow. Boss me? In the past, you called me old man me. Sure enough, it has become unfamiliar. Mi Shuhua pulled the corner of his mouth and stopped. Qin Liangjun was stunned, but found that the other party was not looking at him, but at his little brother. Luo Chen, right. Chapter 73, A Tool with Dignity? I heard you're an alchemist. Heard? Where did you hear that? Luo Chen is not a well-known person. Even if the business of Zongmiao is doing well, people who buy this kind of pills will not advertise for him. How did he catch the eye of this foundation-building cultivator? It's because of Wang Yuan. Luo Chen understood and showed a panic on his face. I just made some inferior pills, just a small trick. I can't be called an alchemist. Before he knew it, Mi Shuhua had a red pill that was round and looked like jelly in his hand. This is not a small inferior pill, it's a first-class middle-grade pill. His voice was filled with undisguised admiration and appreciation. What? Middle-grade pill? Qin Liangjun, who was standing next to him, was shocked as if a mouse was stepped on by a cat. He always thought that Luo Chen was practicing the inferior Bigu powder, and even the Zongmiao was just some low-grade aphrodisiac pills. But now, a foundation-building cultivator told him. His little brother actually refined a mid-grade elixir. What does this mean? Even if you had taken a high-grade elixir before, buying and eating it is one thing, and refining it is another. That represents countless failures and excellent alchemy talent. Especially since Luo Chen is only a casual cultivator in the middle stage of key refining, without the support of his family or the help of a sect, he can't afford too many failures. It's so obvious. The other party has an alchemy talent that can be called terrifying or even demonic. My little brother, you've kept it a secret. Qin Liangjun looked at Luo Chen dimly, his eyes still full of resentment. He didn't know that Luo Chen's back was already sweating coldly at this moment. Has he finally been noticed? What will be waiting for him next? Facing the young man who was taller than him even with his head down, Mi Shuhua seemed to have thought of something. He patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Raise your head. Although your realm is low, you can't lack pride. Luo Chen raised his head as he was told, and saw the other party revealing that kind of smile like an elder. He was startled. But on his face, he showed a resolute expression with pursed lips and open eyes. Zio Luo has learned a lesson. Mi Shuhua smiled with satisfaction, and then said, now the Pashangang has the 7 Tigers Hall and Wang Yuan's Jiao Hall. Everything is on the right track and thriving. What do you think if we set up another Dan Hall? Qin Liangjun hesitated, and his eyes subconsciously fell on Luo Chen. Luo Chen, you will be the master of this Dan Hall. Mi Shuhua said with a smile. Luo Chen was flattered and waved his hand quickly. Zio Luo's realm is low, and his alchemy skills are poor. I'm afraid he can't be the master of a hall. Young man, be more confident. Mi Shuhua turned around, put his hands behind his back, and stepped forward. I'm very optimistic about you. After the Dan Hall is established, the other 8 halls will also try their best to take care of it. I also have some books related to the Dao of Alchemy, and 1 or 2 recipes, which I will also show you. In addition, the Pashangang will purchase a shop in the inner city, which will have a place for the elixirs produced by the Dan Hall. Zio Luo, don't let everyone down. Tang Master Luo, please take good care of us in the future. Sister-in-law, you are joking. I don't deserve this title. Haha, you two chat, I'm going to rest first. Muir and King Lian put down a pot of wine and left gracefully. The 2 men were left sitting in the living room, one thinking deeply and the other smiling bitterly. After a while, Qin Liangjun came back to his senses. In front of Luo Chen, he cast a talisman. This is a soundproofing sound, which can prevent the eavesdropping of key refining cultivators. Although it cannot prevent the snooping of foundation establishment cultivators, it can also cause the talisman to ignite at the moment of contact. Looking at the talisman, Luo Chen understood that Qin Liangjun was afraid that he had something to say to him and wanted to open his heart to him. Speaking of opening his heart to him, it might be a bit ridiculous. Qin Liangjun, was not like Wang Yuan and Luo Chen, who had a favor exchange, nor was he like Chen Liudao and he had a comradeship. But this scene was not at all inconsistent. It was just because the two of them felt like they had met too late and were like-minded confidants. Especially after fighting together for this period of time, the other party's temperament and character were very suitable for both sides. Therefore, after Qin Liangjun put on this attitude, Luo Chen also became serious. "Brother Qin, just say whatever you want to say." Qin Liangjun hummed, "Let me ask you, if the Dan Hall is opened, do you really have the ability to support it?" Luo Chen thought seriously for a while, and then nodded slowly. Qin Liangjun's face flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that the other party was really so confident. "Then the question is, what are your needs?" "First of all, it cannot affect my practice," Luo Chen said with a serious face, and added, "Not only that, the Pashan gang must fully support my practice." Qin Liangjun frowned, and then said affirmatively, "This request is not excessive. The higher the cultivation level, the better the elixir will be. Mi Shuhe can't refuse. He also has the ability to support you, a mid-stage key refining cultivator, to practice. Then, I must have a share of the income from the elixir production. This may be a bit difficult. Your realm is too low and you have no say. I can't be a pure toolman." "Toolman? It means working for nothing." Qin Liangjun frowned and kept thinking, then said slowly, "This needs to be fought for. Your sister-in-law and I will definitely support you, and Wang Yuan will definitely support you. But Mi Shuhe and other hall masters, I'm afraid they won't let go. If I don't cooperate, they can't even think about earning this money," Luo Chen said fiercely. Qin Liangjun smiled, "You are only at the 5th level of key refining. So what if you don't cooperate? Aren't you afraid of death?" "I'd rather die than live without freedom," Luo Chen said firmly. "Is it true?" Luo Chen's face fell. "Of course it's false. Who wants to die when they can live?" Qin Liangjun poured him a glass of wine and drank it himself. Luo Chen also drank the wine with a sad face. He has always avoided being a tool, but he didn't expect that he would end up like this. It can only be said that the casual alchemist is too conspicuous. In the past, Wang Yuan protected him, but now the one who wants to use him is more powerful than Wang Yuan, and is even Wang Yuan's immediate superior. Suddenly, Qin Liangjun put down the wine glass. "Go find old Yuan." "Who?" "The old man with a broken leg who sold you pineapple wine." Luo Chen's eyes lit up. "Are you talking about Yu Jianhu's father, Yuan Xiao's grandfather? Well, although his leg is broken and his son is dead, he has some say in the Pashan gang. Long Pan, who used to be his apprentice, and the new owner of the mine hall, was also Yu Jianhu's former subordinate. In addition, I will also contact my sworn brother K. Yulin." When mentioning K. Yulin, Qin Liangjun paused. Then he said affirmatively, "In this way, half of the 8 halls plus me and another elder will support you." Of course, these are all verbal. No one is willing to give up the benefits that may be obtained. So, you still need to make some promises. For example, after the realm is high, I will refine some elixirs that can improve everyone's cultivation. Or, train 1 or 2 people to refine elixirs for them. At this point, he looked at Luo Chen. "Will you teach people?" Luo Chen smiled. "Of course, if I can't teach, it's because the other party doesn't have the talent for alchemy." "You kid, you are really not as innocent as you look on the surface." Qin Liangjun laughed and scolded, then asked curiously, "What is your last request?" Luo Chen took a deep breath and said bluntly, "Extend life. Any method of extending life, or elixir of life, natural treasures." Qin Liangjun was stunned and looked at Luo Chen in confusion. "You are only 27 years old. After the new year, you will be 28. But no one will take out things related to lifespan." Qin Liangjun sighed. "If there is such a good thing, who would be willing to give it to others? I am afraid that if Mi Shuhe gets it, he will be the first to use it." I have the qualifications of 5 spiritual roots, and I was born with deficiencies. A master once said that I can't live more than 80 years. So, I must have something to prolong my life. But, Brother Qin, you can actually put this last request first. Huh? Qin Liangjun was stunned, and then seemed to realize something. After thinking for a while, he laughed out loud. Okay, let's do as you say. After determining the direction of the negotiation, the two of them also had a bottom line in their hearts. With small dishes and drinking wine, Qin Liangjun talked about the more secretive people and things of the Pashan gang. At the end, his tone was extremely melancholy. Xiao Luo, do you know what I thought of when old man Mi said those words to you at night? What words? Raise your head, your realm is low, but you must be proud. As a man, be more confident. I am optimistic about you. Don't let everyone down. At that time, I was thinking. At this moment, it seems like that moment. Chapter 74. You want to support me. It was late at night, and everything was quiet. In the room of Qin Xiaohu, the son of Qin Liangjun, Luo Chen still hadn't fallen asleep. With his hands on the back of his head, his mind was full of thoughts. All he thought about was what happened tonight. Maybe if I didn't go to the banquet, this wouldn't have happened. Luo Chen felt a little annoyed. But soon, he dismissed this idea. It was obvious that Mi Shuho didn't think of this on a whim, and he definitely didn't think of this after seeing Luo Chen. He had asked about me and knew a lot about me, and he even had a middle grade Zongmiao Pill in his hand. It only took these 2 months for Zongmiao Pill to be promoted to middle grade. Because of the special nature of this kind of pill, cultivators usually consume it very quickly after getting it. Mi Shuho was able to get one on purpose, which showed that he had put a lot of thought into it. Therefore, even if there was no banquet today, he would definitely come to me alone. On the contrary, because Qin Liangjun was by his side, he was quite polite to me, and even acted like an elder and taught me a lot. After thinking it through, Luo Chen no longer regretted it. He began to think about what he should do next. Run away? It is impossible to run away. Although he has a certain combat power, his realm is too low after all. He doesn't know much about the situation in the outside world. In the past year and a half since he came here, he has been struggling to survive in Dahofang. It would cost too much to move to a strange place. Moreover, who knows if he will be targeted by other forces if he sells pills frequently in a new place. At that time, it will just be a repetition of the old things. Staying in the Pashan gang may not be as free as before. But there are many people he is familiar with in this gang, and most of them are in high positions. Wang Yuan must be protecting him, and Qin Liangjun and Murin Qinglian also take good care of him, and there are some people he is familiar with, such as Zheng Wen. Sacrificing the freedom of a casual cultivator and becoming the head of the alchemy hall is not a bad thing. When things could not be changed, Luo Chen analyzed what his situation would be like if he became the head of the alchemy hall. First of all, the status will definitely not be bad. Luo Chen was still very sure about this. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are the 4 mainstream arts, as well as other professions, which can be said to be 100 flowers blooming. Among those who master these skills, alchemists are the most difficult to achieve, but as long as they have a small achievement, they will become the most popular existence. There is no other reason. The elixir is directly related to the cultivation of the cultivator. No one will offend an alchemist for no reason. This is the same for everyone from the Yuanying sect to the casual cultivator forces. Everyone tacitly makes friends with the alchemist, even if they don't look at the present, they will make a good relationship for the future. Luo Chen has been around for so long, and many people have shown kindness to him, which may be due to his identity as an alchemist. Even though he has encountered 2 battles, those 2 times were more of an unprovoked disaster, not specifically targeting him. When your status is high enough, you have to consider your interests. And this depends on how I can negotiate with Mi Shuho and even the Pashan gang next. Luo Chen felt a little heavy. It is conceivable that facing the huge profits brought by the elixir, I am afraid that the negotiations will be very difficult at that time. But he must do it. No one wants to be a pure tool. Even if he was a standard worker in his previous life and was used to being exploited. But now that he has traveled through time, he still works for others for free. What is that? Working for others before traveling through time, and working for others after traveling through time, then my travel through time is in vain, isn't it? Finally, it is the extra benefits that I can obtain through the identity of the master of the alchemy hall. Luo Chen thought of his system at the first time. That proficiency panel is his hope for immortality. If the alchemy hall is established, his alchemy business will naturally not be as small as before. Every raw material must be carefully calculated. With the support of the entire gang, he will definitely expand his stall. In this way, the proficiency of alchemy will definitely soar. Mishu said that he has some books on alchemy, and even 1 or 2 recipes. This is also one of the benefits I can get. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and there was some excitement in his heart that was unknown to outsiders. Whether it was Mishu or Qin Liangchen, they only thought that he had a terrifying talent in alchemy. But family members know their own business. Luo Chen's talent in alchemy is definitely not outstanding. He had communicated with Miss Xiangxiang of Xiangxiang Tower once or twice before, and the memories of those times were really not good. Faced with 1 or 2 questions occasionally raised by Miss Xiangxiang, he was completely unable to respond. At that time, Xiangxiang was still very confused. This was just the most basic common sense of alchemy. Why did Luo Chen seem to have never been exposed to it at all? In fact, that was normal. Luo Chen's alchemy was just following the grid and following the map. He had never been exposed to systematic alchemy training, and some common sense was not clear at all. Even if he now knows a lot about alchemy, he relied on his own failures and successes to explore. As for the additional knowledge that the system imparted to him after each proficiency improvement, it was limited to the 2 elixirs, Bigu powder and Zongmiao Pill. If I can get the alchemy books collected by Mishu, the foundation building cultivator, it will definitely be a great improvement for me. In the long run, if there is a day when I can escape from the control of the Pashan gang, then this gain will be even more valuable. In short, it is not a bad thing for him to go deep into the Pashan gang and become the master of the alchemy hall. At least, he will not be a lonely man in the future. There may be some disputes and fights within the gang, but those are all internal affairs. To the outside world, he is one of the 9 hall masters of the Pashan gang and a cultivator who can normally reveal his identity as an alchemist. Lying on the bed, Luo Chen tossed and turned. He thought about many things back and forth many times, and made clear the pros and cons. Gradually, his mentality became better, and he was not as worried about gains and losses as before. Strong adaptability has always been an advantage that Luo Chen is more proud of. No matter the miserable experience of being a laborer in his previous life, or the impoverished life of a casual cultivator after traveling through time, he can always adapt quickly, then find joy in hardship, and finally believe in himself, and always persevere until the day of harvest. Now, it's just starting over again. With beautiful hopes for the future, Luo Chen fell asleep peacefully. The establishment of Dantang is by no means a decision that can be made overnight. Luo Chen did not go to the Pashan gang these days, but stayed in the yard, watching several younger brothers repair his house. And he himself, holding a few pieces of high-quality wood, started carpentry work. What on earth are you tinkering with? Gu Kai sat on the swing, curiously watching Luo Chen busy. Swish! Luo Chen waved his hand, and a chair with wheels began to rotate under his palm. Turning chairs was his specialty when he was in school. Wheelchair, for disabled people. Gu Kai was surprised. You mean the kind of wheelchair that can make people with limited mobility walk briskly or even fly in the sky? Luo Chen sat on it without pushing it with his hands. He exhaled a little spiritual power and the wheelchair under his butt started to move. He took him around in the yard. It's a pity that I don't know anything about formations. Otherwise, I would add a few formations and drive it with spiritual stones. Someone would definitely buy it. Wheelchairs were naturally invented a long time ago in this world. It is said that the inventor was a foundation-building cultivator when Xianfan City was founded. After thousands of years, wheelchairs are also considered a representative magical work of Xianfan City. However, no one sells this thing in Dahofang. The main reason is that the demand is not high. Disabled cultivators are also cultivators and have their own means to move freely. Dahofang is too remote and too far away from Xianfan domain. Most of the magic tools sold in one Bailao are convenient for transportation and carrying. Therefore, many cultivators know the name of wheelchair but have never seen this thing. Come down, let me play with it. Gu Kai jumped up. Sitting on the stone bench, Luo Chen looked at Gu Kai who was having a lot of fun playing with a wheelchair, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His gift was not expensive, but it was full of sincerity. It was easier to speak when he went to see Old Man Yuan. You seem to have been at home more recently. Isn't Xianxianglao busy? Gu Kai, who was playing with a wheelchair in the yard, said carelessly, I plan to quit that job. Luo Chen was startled, but soon felt it was natural. The personnel changes at Xianxianglao have been confirmed. The next person to take over is Brother Hui, who is mentioned by Miss Xiangxiang, a foundation-building cultivator of the Hehuan sect who is moody and likes to take tonification. Working under such people, with Gu Kai's personality, she will suffer a great loss sooner or later. It is better to resign in advance before the other party arrives. What do you plan to do in the future? I haven't decided yet. Let's see where the 6 major shops in the city are short of people, and then try it out. The Yuding domain was conquered by the Yuding sword sect and 15 sects, among which the 5 major sects were the main force. Therefore, the domain is full of the 5 major sect industries that were the main force at the time. The day market is geographically remote, but its scale is not small at all. Even though the number of cultivators has skyrocketed to 20,000 or 30,000 now, it is not crowded at all. In addition, this place is close to the millions of mountains in the East Wilderness. Whether it is resource acquisition or continuing the war of development in the future, it is undoubtedly the best bridgehead. Therefore, this place has the most complete 6 major sect industries, as well as many shops of small sects in the Yuding domain. Especially the 6 major sects will specially send foundation-building cultivators to take charge, instead of only key refining cultivators like other small sect industries. 10 years is a very sensitive point. Every 10 years, some sect cultivators will be replaced here one after another. After all, no one is willing to stay in a market with a first-level spiritual vein to practice. Rotate. This time, in addition to the Xiangxiang Tower of the Hehuan sect, other places such as the Shenfu Pavilion of the Shenfu sect and the Lingyuanshe of the Wuxing Shenzong have small-scale personnel changes. With so many personnel changes, some positions will naturally be vacant. Gu Kai is not bad-looking, and her realm is the 9th level of key refining. Having stayed in Xiangxiang Tower for many years, she naturally has some skills in welcoming and seeing off guests and interpersonal communication. If she wants to find a new job, it should be easy as long as her demands are not excessive. Why are you asking this? As a good brother, can't you care about me? Tisk, I thought you were going to support me. Well, it's not impossible. Suddenly, Gu Kai's wheelchair stopped, and she looked at Luo Chen with burning eyes. Chapter 75 I Need Someone I Can Trust. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the street. The houses lined up one after another all turned golden. Luo Chen stood at the gate of a small courtyard, facing the golden afterglow, and breathed a long sigh of relief. The negotiation with the old man Yuan was initially successful. It might be because he had business dealings with him in pineapple wine, or it might be because he found a safe and good job for Yuan Xiaoi that could earn spirit stones. In short, when he came to the door with a wheelchair, the old man did not refuse after hearing what he said. Instead, he said that he would try to talk to Long Panhu, the new head of the mining hall. He couldn't guarantee whether it would succeed or not. Behind him, the soft and weak voice of the girl came. Brother Luo, this is what my grandfather asked me to give you. A green gourd was held in Yuan Xiaoyu's palm. He said he likes that wheelchair very much. Luo Chen took the green gourd, felt it slightly, and couldn't help but be surprised. The material of this gourd is quite extraordinary, and the age must be at least 100 years old. That is to say, there is no formation engraved on it, otherwise it must be a low-grade magic weapon. How could the old man Yuan be so generous? This thought flashed through his mind, and Luo Chen himself was amused. Yes, the other party is not the old Taoist Chen Xiaoping, and there is no stingy personality at all. He is a very generous old man, who is not private to the inside or outside, otherwise he would not have taught the 2 hall masters Yu Jianhu and Long Panhu. He shook the gourd, and there were waves of shaking sounds of wine inside. Xiaoyu, how is the stall today? Yuan Xiaoyu's 10 fingers were tangled together, and her little face was quite excited. Business is good. I tried to sell it in your way, and many people came to buy those snacks. That's it. When I first met this little girl, she was just like a cub who had never seen people. Later, she mustered up the courage to go to the street to set up a stall, but she always looked timid and didn't dare to see people. Now it seems that in just one day, although she is still weak, she has become more confident. That's right. When Luo Chen was in college, he made money by selling socks at a stall, and he became much more confident. Hard work and harvest often bring people confidence. He smiled and asked, "What is it?" "It's just that many people say that you are a black-hearted boss, and ask me to be careful not to be deducted by you." Yuan Xiaoyu's voice was a little lower, and she was a little nervous when she looked at Luo Chen. "Well, let them say what they want, your brother Luo is not that kind of person." Luo Chen waved his hand, quite heroic. But when he turned and left, his face was a little gnashing his teeth. "I have worked diligently all my life, and have made great contributions to the country, society, and this world of immortal cultivation. How could I become a black-hearted boss? Don't let me catch the person who spread rumors, otherwise you will definitely have a hard time." When he returned to the yard, he was greeted not only by Gu Kai, but also by Qin Liangzhen and Murin Qinglian. They gathered in their back house and pointed and talked. Seeing Luo Chen, Murin Qinglian smiled. "Your house has been repaired, it's much better than before." "Really?" Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he entered the house. At first glance, he was extremely satisfied. The previous back house was wide, but because it faced south and was close to the alley, there were no windows. As a result, the light in the house was very poor and very humid. But after the reconstruction, 2 skylights were opened on the roof. The glazed tiles of Xianzhuge were laid, which could bring in natural light from outside. Moreover, the younger brother who repaired the house was also very considerate. He cut thin walls for the bedroom, living room, kitchen, and alchemy room. In this way, this house has the layout of a normal house. Overjoyed, Luo Chen waved his hand. "Today we move into a new house, I will cook for you all." Several people also smiled and agreed. At dinner in the evening, watching Luo Chen pour wine with a green gourd, Qin Liangzhen and Murin Qinglian looked at each other and nodded slightly. That was the specialty gourd of the Yuan family. It was the gourd vine that Yujian transplanted from a spiritual place in the Guiyang Mountains. It was not a spiritual plant, but if it was old enough, it would have a slight spiritual effect. Why does old man Yuan's pineapple wine taste so good even though the ingredients are ordinary? The reason is that he used several large gourds he had accumulated to nourish the wine, so it has the effect of spiritual wine. Now that Luo Chen can get a green gourd that is over 100 years old, it can be seen that old man Yuan has agreed to support him. This is a good thing. If Luo Chen can really control the alchemy hall, then he and his wife will have one more support in the gang in the future. Today's Pashan gang is no longer as pure as before, and they need help. Of course, perhaps this gang formed by casual cultivators has never been pure. It's just that they were fooled into it by Mishuho before, and now they are gradually realizing that something is wrong. After a glass of wine, Luo Chen talked about his proposal today. Will Sister Kai have trouble joining the Pashan gang? Gu Kai next to him also became a little nervous. This is related to her source of cultivation resources in the future. Qin Liangzhen said without hesitation, "There is trouble, but it's not big. It's mainly because you want to place her in the Dan Hall." Murin Qinglian explained, "Pashan gang has always welcomed the independent cultivators from Daohofang to join. We don't value the early cultivators. The middle cultivators are the main force we absorb. As for the late cultivators, they are more stable and need someone to recommend them." Luo Chen smiled and said, "With a recommendation of you, brother Qin and sister-in-law, it shouldn't be a big problem." Murin Qinglian shook his head. "That's just an ordinary late cultivator, at the 9th level of key refining, who needs the approval of the gang leader. It was he who decided to let Broken Blade Su Ranki join." Looking at the nervous Gu Kai, Murin Qinglian looked solemn. Moreover, after the Dan Hall is established, what kind of personnel will it be composed of? Everything is still unclear. If you reserve a position for Kai in advance now, I'm afraid Mi Shuhu will not agree. After saying this, the atmosphere was slightly depressing. After a long while, Luo Chen said softly, "In the Dan Hall, I need a trustworthy 9th level key refining cultivator." Qin Liangzhen sighed. He was already a nominal elder. Moreover, his newly acquired right hand is still in the process of recovery and adaptation, and it is very likely that he will not be able to join the Dan Hall. But in order to ensure that this hall has a certain self-protection ability, the Pashan gang must stuff experts in it. Of course, it can also be understood as stuffing the kind of key refining masters who monitor, supervise, and supervise. Under foreseeable circumstances, it is natural for Luo Chen to have such a request. I'm afraid this matter will also require careful consultation. Sorry to bother Brother Qin. Luo Chen sighed. Gu Kai also toasted him a glass of wine, Brother Qin will have to take more care. When they were about to have enough wine and food, Luo Chen suddenly asked about the situation in the gang. How far have we progressed in establishing the alchemy hall? The site has been chosen. It's in the Zi Valley near our medicine hall. As for manpower, the late-stage cultivators have not yet been decided, but the medicine hall will send out 10 mid-stage cultivators, and the headquarters is also considering forming a transportation and sales team. Murin Kinglian said uncertainly, no more than 10 days, you will have to attend the gang meeting. 10 days? Almost enough. Luo Chen thought silently. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.